Welcome everyone to PMPL South Asia Spring 2023. My name is Shadan. Alongside me is going to be a new face, that is Fritz. Fritz, we are into week number 3 and day number 2. Previous day T2K, they were on the top, but Stalwart Esports are still claiming the throne. But first of all, welcome to the South Asian region. How are you feeling?
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shadan. I'm excited. I'm excited to see the thing that South Asia brings here. I've heard about this region now quite a bit. I've heard about quite a few teams here, and I'd like to see them perform today. So that is something I'm looking up to. I'm looking up to the names of DRS, T2K, all of these teams. I've seen them in the past, but today I think would be a little bit different.
Well, definitely it's going to be a different because DRS, they were having a very consistent run, but yesterday was not in their favor. Yes, they came second in one of the match, but other than that, DRS, they failed to showcase any kind of performance. But in the overall schedule, well, we are already done with week number 1 and week number 2. Right now, we are on day number 2 of week 3. That means only 4 days remaining for the teams who are on the bottom to qualify for the grand finals, because only top 16 teams, Reds, are going to move into the grand finals.
Hey, that top 16 race is going to be cutthroat, especially for the teams between 16 to 20. And I know many of these teams get eliminated just because of 1 or 2 points. But talking about the bonus games as well, every week, the final game, the bonus game is played by the top 12 teams, and they're awarded points in this particular fashion. And this is a very new thing that I've come across, Shadow. And it has been very amazing to see the teams performing consistently. They're being rewarded for this.
Well, absolutely. Consistency should always be rewarded, and that is why 4MV and Stalwart Esports, they always get the maximum bonus points. But talking about the point structure, the MVP of the season, the first place gets 10 placement points, second gets 6, and third gets only 5 points, and it keep on reducing. And per elimination, you get single point, and this time you have to focus on the elimination points, because the teams who are not focusing on the elimination point, well, they are suffering in terms of the numbers.
That's true. That's true. Eliminations is a very important thing. I've seen a different region in this regard. I've seen a lot of aggressive teams, just going in for those frags. They'll get those 10 frags to their name, get eliminated on 6th or 7th position because of the play loss that they take during these fights. But still they are on top of the leaderboard. And some teams, I think, from South Asian region in terms of eliminations, I already see Stalwart Esports on top only because there are so many eliminations, 41 eliminations to their name.
Certainly, 61 points total. Look at the amount of numbers they are already having. The lead they are having onto the players of MABETEX Esports. Well, MABETEX, yesterday they had a very good run. Let's hope they keep up the consistency. But the team that is the most inconsistent one is going to be Bad Intention. Everything is broken about this team. Well, I'm all up for consistency, but not this kind of consistency where you are placed on the bottom 20th position every single week. Only 7 points this time. Elementrix, the rivalry is not helping them at all. They are also in a danger zone right now.
Oh, talking about Abrupt Slayers, this is their damage comparison, overall comparison between week number 1 and week number 2. And we do see that their performance has declined a little bit in terms of damage dealt and eliminations as well. So these teams, Abrupt Slayers basically just need to step up and perform a bit better in this week number 3.
I agree. Abrupt Slayers, they started performing by the mid of week number 1. They started picking themselves in the map of Miramar. Week number 2, not so good in the favor of Abrupt Slayers. Yesterday, yes, they were showing some signs of comeback or stepping up their game. The way they were picking fight for the plus of IHC. IHC is also one of the most consistent team in the lobby. With the addition of Godless in their team, this team is looking so very destructive. But Abrupt Slayers, still they need more points, because I am expecting big things from them. Chari being such an experienced and veteran players from the side of Abrupt Slayers. So when you are such an experienced player, big things are expected from you.
That is correct. You need to deliver on this big stage. And I do hope they show improvement in this week number 3. Here are some highlights from ASL as well. They performed good in that particular map of Sanhok, I think. And again, the DBS meta has also affected the South Asian region. So again, I'm super excited. I used to say this, that shotguns are not used in this game that much. They have a lot of power, but in the recent times I've seen all of these players, just going out for the DBSs and S686.
I am just loving the DBS meta as long as now I'm not in the lobby because I'm scared to play the game of PUBG
All right.
Mobile right now. But looking
Mm-hmm.
at the team card, Orangey of Elementrix Esports having the 11 elimination, Frag with 33 elimination, Astra with 20 elimination, Incus with 32 elimination. Yes, yesterday Elementrix did showcase a good performance, but like I said, the rivalry which they are building against the players of
Mm-hmm.
4MV is not helping their case because come on, 4MV, they have got nothing to lose. They are sitting on the top of the leaderboard. But Elementrix, they are in the danger zone. They have to qualify for the grand finals, and this should be their focus rather than taking fight with the players of 4MV.
That's correct. On the overall standings, as you mentioned, Elementrix also don't have a good position, so they should more importantly focus on those survival points first. Yes, elimination points are a very important thing, but then again, if you don't survive, you won't have that chance to fight more teams in the future zones. And again, look at this Elementrix entry fragger. He was the last man standing. Took a few down with him before being eliminated of the zone. But yeah, a good try from Elementrix. They'll need a miraculous performance is what I say if they don't want to get eliminated in the very first stage and if they do want to play the grand finals. And let's see if that happens today or not.
Let's see if that happens because Elementrix, they need hell lot of points, and the way they're performing right now, well, I don't see them in the grand finals.
Mm-hmm.
Elementrix is one of the most experienced team in the lobby. Yes, the players are also veteran players, so big things are expected. You have to qualify. This is not the position where we expect the players of team Elementrix to be there, but another team that is not performing at all is going to be Bad Intention. Every single team,
Okay.
every single time this team is caught out in the open. Yes, they were showing good rotation on day number 1, but they need more points. So slow passive gameplay in week number 3 is not going to help their case. But looking at the schedule, we have Miramar, then we have Sanhok, then again Miramar, then Erangel, then again Miramar. So this is a day of 3 Miramars, and teams
Mm-hmm.
like Abrupt Slayers, well, they can perform really good because they tend to perform good in the map of Miramar.
Oh, all right, all right. One thing that I've noticed is there are not a lot of teams using those bolt action sniper rifles in the
Yeah.
map of Miramar. Although this hurts me a lot, but I think it's for the betterment of these teams is what I think. Because see, Kar 98s and M24s, they're great at long range battles, but when it comes to finally those close angles, those close battles, I don't think so. These weapons have a good impact.
Well, I'm not a fan of sniper, but DBS meta,
Okay.
I'm loving it, and M416, well, I
Uh-huh.
just love that particular weapon. But now is the question, which team you think is going to get big victory in the very first game on day number 2?
Oh, all right. I have a gut feeling. I have not watched this season for a very long period of time, but I'll say DRS. I'll say DRS might have that chance to, get that WWCD. They're a strong team. Previously, they performed good in the map of Miramar, and I do hope they show the same performance that I last saw them a bit earlier.
Well, I hope DRS showcase because big things are expected from the players
Mhm.
like Gyante having such an experience. But when it comes to my prediction, I think
Okay.
Stalwart Esports might have a chance today. Yesterday also they showcased good performance. They got one chicken dinner in the map of
Mhm.
Miramar. So yes, Stalwart Esports, well, they are having their own race with the players of 4MV for the top spot in the overall ranking.
Oh, all right. Also, Stalwart Esports is an important game for them to retain their top spot, is what you predict. All right, Robbie. I'd like to see how the game pans out. And now I want that counter from 0 to go to 1 in the very first game. I don't know. I think you're super good at predictions as well because I see 7 correct predictions. Huh? It's great. It's great. But yeah, today you have a challenge, and I'm sure DRS might prove me correct.
I would love it, Fritz, if you get a correct prediction because
Mhm.
it's not so easy when you're joining in the middle of the tournament and
Yes.
you have
Mhm.
you're thrown under the bus that predict a team which is going to win. It's not so easy.
Uh-huh.
On the other side, I have an advantage. I know the history. I've been
Yes.
seeing these teams. So, yes, you do have a leverage if the production allows. Maybe you can predict 2 teams as well. Because
Oh,
this was
okay.
awarded to me by Fixes Sir one time in the PMPL Pakistan when I was at 0 prediction. They were like,
Okay.
Shadow, go ahead, predict 3 teams. Whoever get the chicken dinner, you get the
Mhm.
point. So same goes for you. Predict 3 teams.
Hey, I'd say the other one would be ASL because they've been playing pretty good in the map of Miramar, as you've told yourself. And then again, I'll go for the underdogs because I am a person who roots for these underdog teams which are not performing that great but are hoping for a comeback. The third team for me would be Elementrix. I'm not sure if that would be the case or not, since their performance hasn't been that great. But yes, I root for the underdogs. Two of these teams, they're still somewhere around the middle ladder, or one is on the verge of getting eliminated. So, but I'll still root for them. I do hope they get that chicken, and things would be a bit clearer after I get the knowledge of first two maps. I'll see how the other teams are performing, and then probably make an accurate predictions. But hey, this is just my gut feeling, and these are my 3 predictions for the game.
You never know. Maybe Elementrix can get a big chicken dinner for themselves, because yes, they do have the skills. But I love the fact that you're supporting the teams who are right now in a tremendous pressure situation. Because yes, when you are in the bottom, the confidence level is so very low. You just need
Yes.
one good game, some boost in the confidence, and you're good to go. The coming games will go in your favor. So all the teams who are sitting right now in the bottom, they just need one good game and they're good
Yes.
to go. But the thing is, only 4 days left.
That is true. That is true. And I saw the overall standings, and it showed me that some teams are almost out of the picture. The qualifying for them is not going to be easy at all, unless they get 100 points in the next 4 days, which again is a little bit difficult for them considering the way that they've played in the previous weeks and days. But I do see Elementrix. I've seen them play maybe 6 months ago. I think there have been some roster changes as well, and they're adjusting to it. It'll take some time, but hey, I still hope that experience comes in. The players, the young guns, the top fraggers, they show how they want to play this one out. And Elementaries, they come together as a team. And as you said, you just need one game to break that losing streak you're having. Sometimes what happens is when you play the game for a very long period of time, for like 2 weeks straight. Now we are entering into week number 3. Sometimes what happens is you're not getting those good games. Again and again, you're being eliminated at 15, 16 with very little number of eliminations, and the comms, they start going down. Your confidence, it starts going down. You're not communicating that well with your teammates. So to just break that, you need one good game that could come entirely on the basis of the play zone being in your favor. It's possible. The zone just shifts in your favor, and you're able to capitalize on it, and you get a good game. And that is where again the confidence it goes up. The players, they start feeling a bit more comfortable, and then they chime in and try to mount a comeback. We've seen this in a lot of region happening previously as well. Teams sitting on 18th, 19th position, sometimes even on the final day, just cracking 15, 20 points every game, and at least qualifying for the grand finals. So that is what I expect from all of these 16 to 20th position teams.
Well, I agree totally 100% to you. And the reason a few teams on the bottom tend to perform really good on the very last day is the pressure is already taken off from their
Yes.
shoulders. They are not any longer in a do or die situation. It's just the last game. They can go for the all YOLO plays, aggressive game plays. But like you said, there is no such thing as failure. It's always a learning experience. So
Yes.
even if you qualify or not qualify, it's always a learning experience. You come back much stronger. We have seen even gods can fall sometimes. Biggest teams in the history have taken a sit back sometimes, and sometimes even a newcomer team showcase such a tremendous performance that we all are shocked. So anything can happen. It's so hard to predict what's going to happen in a game of battle royal. But when it comes to Miramar, Fritz, I'd like to ask you, which is your favorite drop location?
My favorite drop location is Campo Militar. It's all the
Oh,
way to the northeastern part of the map. When I play the game, I never get a chance to drop there because of the plane path. It's usually either central or completely towards the southern side. I don't get a lot of chance to go towards Campo Militar. But if you ask me my favorite drop location, man, it's so easy to loot down there, because what I've seen, the map of Miramar has 5-story buildings, and it takes a lot of time to go through every room and try to loot just a single building. That's just a hassle for me. I love those small areas where you just have to enter. There's a warehouse. You already see the loot in front of you. You can decide if you want to go for it or not, and just switch to the other building. That's why I love Campo Militar so much. Small huts, and that too tier 1 loot. You're completely equipped with level 3 helmets and vest when you come out of Campo Militar. So that is why I love this place, and I would love to see some teams going in that particular direction.
and just to give you a slight recap of what all has happened, so let's have a look at the overall ranking, league overall ranking of the entire 3 weeks up until now. 4MV on the top with 473 points. Stalwart Esports slowly catching up to them, sitting on the second spot with 457 points.
Hmm. T2K, they're so far behind. 316 to their names, almost a 49 point gap for T2K. So I think yes, that battle for the first position is between 4MV and ST, and I do hope they get a close game. and they're the ones in the top 2, and then they fight it out because what is the gap? 20, 25, 26 points between the two. But the thing I notice here, 4MV relies a lot in terms of placement points as well. They've got 9 winner chicken dinners, but on the other hand, Stalwart Esports, they play consistent, probably end up top 3 every time, but getting that chicken is a little bit of a struggle for that team.
Actually, Stalwart Esports, they are the most aggressive force in the lobby. Yesterday also, they were getting 10 and 12 elimination points for themselves. On the other side, I would like to point out about the players of IA. They have 97 placement points and 157 elimination points. They were the aggressive force every single time. But team who are on the bottom, we have Bad Intention with only 97 points. I don't think they can qualify for the grand finals with the way they are playing right now. Elementrix with 159 points. They have to prioritize the objective, that is be in top 16. Sitim Esports sitting on the 18th with 174 points. TRZ, well, TRZ has impressed me a lot, but the way they have improved their gameplay, and Raw Officials, these are the two teams. Their graph has gone all linear as compared to week number 1 where they were on the bottom. Now every single time TRZ, either they come in the second spot or the third spot. If not,
Okay.
at least they showcase a very good performance. And same goes for the players of Raw Officials. Every time Raw Officials, they win a 4v4 fight without losing any of their own numbers. So this is a stark improvement in their gameplay.
Oh, and if their stronger map is Miramar, then they'll have a good time today. 3 Miramars overall. I think so. Some groups will sit out, some teams will sit out one of the Miramar games. But for the groups that are going to play all 3 maps, I think it will be important for them to capitalize on at least 2, especially for the teams who are on the bottom of the chart, the 16 to 20th team. Surviving in Miramar, I think, is a little bit easier as compared to any other map because you have so many ridges to lie down on, and you can have cover with your vehicles, etc., vehicles and many more things in game. But surviving on other maps, say for example Sanhok, I've seen it in a different region where teams, just love to lie down on a single area. They hope that they'll prone down, they'll prone down and try to survive, but that does not go in their way because once the zone shifts in the map of Sanhok, you're completely dead. You cannot do anything about it. So I do expect that Miramar becomes an important map for the teams who would like to have some points on the basis of survival. But yeah, that's just what I hope. I don't know if that will be taken into account by the teams playing in game.
Unfortunately, this time survival points are not so much, because if you're not coming in top
Yes.
5, the points are almost negligible. So you have to focus on the elimination points, and not just elimination points, because the starts of I8, very low placement points but high elimination points. You have to find the perfect balance and equilibrium between placement points and elimination points. That is how you are going to be the consistent one and maybe come in top 5.
All right, but yeah, talking about the game, here we go. The game number 1, the map of Miramar. I love to say this, the land of DMRs and snipers. Although we don't see a lot of snipers now, DMRs is the only action remaining here. But the plane path has started from El Pozo and is ending all the way up to El Azhar. All right, game, you don't give me these flight paths where I can go to Campo Militar. But when I see this competitive game, you have an option. You have an option to drop in that spot. But for teams that usually go towards Chumasera, maybe even Minas Dilwal, it'll be a little difficult to reach these spots.
Agreed. And like you pointed out, Campo Milta, MABETEX Esports is one of the team that like dropping in towards that particular area. Skylar's Gaming, they also tend to go somewhere towards the northern side of La Cobre area. But for MV, they always go towards the side of Chumasera. Bad Intention, they have to perform really good. Raw Officials this time sticking on the western front. No big changes coming in terms of the drop location that are coming. Everyone going to the original drop spots. TRZ might head towards the southern side. T2K Sandesh along with his teammates also going towards the southern side. Leo Esports then we have. But where is going to be the first circle? And the first circle this time is Chumasera is the epicenter.
And this will attract a lot of teams inside to the zone. Already, I do see a lot of teams trying to drop in these respective places. Again, Los Leones was a very difficult city to reach because of the plane path. But since the zone is already in this particular city, I think the team which usually dropped towards Los Leones would try to grab some vehicles and then go towards this particular area to loot, because you'll have a lot of time to loot, sit back and relax, and then rotate. For the other teams, Jedi's guys, team MAB, they'll have to be quick to loot and then maybe move inside the zone. But wait a minute, DRS, they find themselves in the early fight and Seal Sanchir is already down.
Certainly, DRS going up against the plus of Team Seal. Yesterday, also same thing happened with the plus of Seal Esports. Well, Seal always tend to go for a split drop location, and that never tends to go in their favor. This time, they have lost their main standout player. That is going to be Sanchir. Sanchir is the one that always finds an opening in a 4v4 battle, and this time, losing Sanchir, things are not looking so very good for the players of Seal Esports. But talking about Seal generally, Fritz, Seal Esports have showcased time and time again good performance, especially in the map of
Okay.
Miramar. I still remember there was one Miramar where they got chicken dinner for themselves in week number 1, I think. But other than that, the inconsistency that is coming from the side of Seal Esports is not helping their case. But anyhow, I think they won't face any problem in the qualification for the grand finals, but they have to focus on the prize money, because every single point they get or every
Yes.
single death they get
Mhm.
brings them at a disadvantage. At the same time, the bank balance might not increase.
Hey, that's correct. That's correct. Especially for the mid tier table teams, this will hamper them a lot if they falter out in these close games and these close fights. The decision making has to be very good from the IGLs of all of these teams. So let's see. We don't see any more drop fights. I think all of the teams are very comfortably in their usual cities. San Martin is where the side of Team Stalwart Esports is. They loot for themselves very easily. Montano being capitalized by Team BIT, and I love this area. It again is a very easy to loot area. Not a lot of buildings which have a lot of rooms which you need to just completely search for loot. So you can be very quick with the loot you have, and plus the vehicle availability is also great. You have a highway just going through the city, so it's a good loot for bad intentions. In terms of loot, they're looking set for the very first fight. But my question is, do they go for that early fight, or do they just want to survive here?
I think they should survive right now, because 16 teams, 63 players are still in the lobby. This is not the point where you want to engage in a fight and try and risk your numbers, because numbers do
Mm-hmm.
come handy, especially in the final circle where you have all the four players standing. You have an extra advantage onto the opponent. So you have to be very cautious in terms of the fights which you are picking. Always engage in good fights, never engage in bad fights. But talking about the plus of 4MV, I don't have too many complaints, because 4MV tend to start the week on a
Mm-hmm.
very slow note, but by the mid of the week they start picking themselves up. And well, like Blotter always says, whenever any team try and come closer to the plus of 4MV in the overall ranking, they come back swinging, showcase a very high dominating performance. So maybe 4MV day number 2, this can be their day.
Oh, let's hope so. Let's hope so. 4MB do show a good performance here. Team SITM, I think Los Leones is the city that they've chosen, and it's a good place to be. The zone supporting you. You'll have another 3 minutes to yourself before the next zone closes in, and probably it's going to be a sudden shift, based on the plane path that we had. So Los Leones won't be a very far away place from the next zone too. So SITM, they should find themselves good loot. Is Desert's main weapon a UMP with a 4x? Because I doubt it.
UMP, yes, they are very powerful and potent in close range, but yes, a 4 times scope on UMP in a mid range or a long range is not such a good thing. I
Mhm.
won't hope for using it on a UMP 45, but maybe if it works for you, if you have mastered the skill, maybe it can work for you. Anything that works for you, I have no issue. As long as you are getting the knocks, you are getting the finish points,
Mhm.
everything is okay for me. But talking about the circle, Fritz, which is your favorite circle to cast in Miramar?
Hey, give me the circle completely down south towards the other island where prison is. I'd love it. I'd love it for bridge fights to happen in Miramar, because I have never seen it. I just heard it once happening in a different region where the final circle ended in water, towards the southern part. But man, I'd love to have some prison circles after this particular game.
Welcome to PMPL, Fritz. You are going to witness so many southern circles, because me and Blotter, we are fed up of the southern circles. We want something in the northern sides, towards the side of OSS or ruins. Because, okay, let's be honest, last season, PMPL Pakistan, there were too many southern circles. Yes, we did witness that Bridge circle towards the side of Wale Dilmar as well. So now we want something on the northern front. But maybe PUBG gods will listen to you, because they never listen to me.
Hey, it's the same. It's the same. I've been asking for the same thing in PMPL Pakistan. It never happened. Plus, my predictions were trash to say the least in that region too. So, not a lot of expectations from PUBG gods in a different region either. But yeah, let's see the DRS. They've got that early frag. They should set themselves up for success here. I8, another team which we talked about offline, Shadow. This is a team that has shown a little bit of improvement. But where do you see this team after this particular day?
I8 is one of the team, actually the only team that had a hat trick back-to-back 3 chicken dinners in their favor in week number 2. So I8 is definitely one of the team that personally I have very high expectations. I was the one that was criticizing I8 the most in week number 1, where they were not performing at all. But yes, this team has the capability and they're not going to stop for anyone. In the grand finals also, I'm expecting big things, especially okay, I want to see I8 in top 5. They have that kind of a capability.
All right. But here we go with the zone. It is shrinking in. I do expect another zone towards maybe Chumasera, Minas del Val, a bit stretched towards the southern side. But yes, some teams not playing, some teams which could have impacted this game. Skylights Gaming, IHC, HV, VNMD, they're not in this group. So now, although the zone has gone all the way north, again, as I said, my predictions are not on point for any region now. I think it has gone all the way north towards Power Grid, and this will now initiate a lot of battles because I don't see a lot of cover inside this zone.
Miramar is all about the terrains. You have to be so very aware of the geography of this particular map because you have to play around those little ridges, the rocks. There is not so much foliage to provide you the camouflage. But now I8 looks like they are not in the best of the situation as Nova X has been taken down. And thankfully his teammate Viper is there to provide the rescue mission, but at the same time they have to be cautious from the players of TRZ because TRZ, they are also making the rotations with those vehicles, and this is not a place where the players of I8 want to be in. And Mamba already going in the direction of the players of I8. Nova X is not prepared for this fight, and Incus from the side of Elementrix, he is lobbing some grenades towards the side of Raw officials, but where is the cavalry? Where are the reinforcements?
Incus has to just survive here, and he is doing a great job at it because if you look at the minimap, he has some support from behind. So he has to just survive here, maybe fall back because Raw, they have a very, very good spot right now against Elementrix. Yes, Elementrix do have those ridges, but the compound is being occupied by Raw, and they will have an easier time resetting if one of the player gets taken down. But we do see some fights that are favoring the players of team I8, and they are on the verge of eliminating 4M.
TRZ and IA going up against each other. IA already having 3 elimination points and TRZ down to a single player. Things not looking so very good for the players of TRZ. And inconsistency, as I was saying, Fritz, TRZ, they only have one problem, that is the inconsistency. But right now, Incus just survived that grenade, and yet Uta, along with his teammates, rushing towards him. 1v2, way too much for Incus to deal with. He invited the wrath of the players of Raw officials, now getting punished. Well, Elementrix lost 1 player, 3 players still surviving, and looks like Claw has a vague idea where the players could be.
Elementrix looked so lost in that fight. I don't know why. One of the players was down there who could have been supported. The zone's closing. You're already inside the zone. You should have fought to safeguard your player in that area. But Raw, they just get a free frag, I'd say. A nade was tossed. The player was brought down to a very little HP, and then the push came in. I mean, you could have at least provided some cover fire from uphill. That's not the case when Elementrix. They lose a player early on, and now it will be difficult for them to survive in the final zones. On the other hand, Team Leo, they're on top of this Picardo hill, and man, it's so difficult to get players off of this position. T2K, they're making a wise decision, not fighting this particular area out, and they're trying to rotate off, although they're being subjected to some shots. Liquid has a great angle onto the players of T2K. They've been tagged, but for now they survive.
For now they are surviving, but they don't have the best of the position, and this grenade from the hands of Mr. Smokey can be deadly for the players of T2K on the low ground. T2K, they have to back off from the situation, but backing off is not going to be so easy. And looking in the circle, well, the players of NB Esports, they are in the best of the position as they have the northern control. The only team that can be an ugly thorn for them could be the players of MABETEX Esports coming from northern front. We have Seal Esports as well, but look at the amount of teams migrating from the southern eastern front. There is a possibility of a third party happening, not just third party, multiple fights happening on southern eastern side.
The south side of the map is very, very populated with players. And let's see, the fight breaks out here. T2K, not the best driving skills. Although they'll survive because there is some cover fire from Suyog. Oh, but man, T2K, they're in so much pressure. They can get third partied anytime for all they know. For now, they survive. DRS also. They've got 2 more knocks. And SITM seem to be in a little bit of trouble.
Sitim is always in trouble, and Dobu has been eliminated. Now Sitim is left with only 2 teams. And yesterday, I still remember, it was the plus of Stalwart Esports that rained death and destruction onto the plus of Sitim in the map of Erangel. And again, Sitim not having a very good start. But talking about the plus of DRS, the team that you picked, this time they are already having a very good start. 3 finish points in their favor, having a complete control of the eastern periphery of the circle. Now it all boils down to where the next circle is going to be. If it favors the plus of DRS, I can guarantee you, Fritz, DRS is going to showcase a very good performance because they are the strategic ones. They are not the unnecessary aggression ones. They always goes for the controlled aggression. And that is the key why the plus of DRS are always the consistent one. But right now, Leo Esports, courtesy to that double-edged sword, the smoke, it has grabbed the attention of Leo Esports and looks like they are looking for some fight.
They'll have to fight their way, but Mr. Smokey, not the best possible jump you made there. Although he'll be knocked out, he knew that he had some teammates down there to help him get back up, and they'll also have the access to buggy. So the vehicles is not a problem, but I think the play zone. The play zone damage is enough for him to not get revived. That's unfortunate. You could have taken the risk while sitting in the buggy on the passenger seat and could have survived. But hey, this is what happens when you take unnecessary risk. He just jumped the vehicle off, and now Leo will maybe play with 2-man shot because T2K Rick came in with a very good spray, but unfortunately was not able to get the knock. Although the job might get completed by his teammates. Suyog is moving forward. Liquid does not have a lot of HP. A random bullet could take him down, but no. Suyog, he's a bit paranoid. He does not want to take this fight. And now he gets shot in the back. Leo, they find themselves in a little bit of a difficult situation. But T2K is even worse.
T2K Suyog down to 20 HP. He has to patch himself up. Not looking so very good. On the other side, we have the plus of Sitim Esports going up against the plus of Stalwart Esports, where Stalwart, they are looking good because the numbers of Sitim are not favoring their case. And Liquid, well, he's all by himself trying to find some relief in the situation. Yes, the smokes are down. The soft cover is there, but is it enough? First glimpse, first bullet, and Jane takes hefty HP out of Liquid. And Liquid, what can he do? He's pretty much all by himself. Soon the blue will start catching up to him. But Jane is also in a very tricky spot. He has to go for the rescue mission. And here comes a reinforcement. The players of Leo Esports and Jane up to a 1v2 situation. He takes on one. Can he take down the second one? But no, that won't happen. And Leo Esports, they have managed to annihilate the players of T2K.
It was very late. The support came in very late.
Yes.
He got to Liquid, but he gets taken down, and I don't think so that they'll have the time to get Liquid back in the game. It'll be very close, a touch and go situation. Team Bit though, trying to fight it out against the players of Team 4MV, but I love the split 4MV has right now. Doc is making sure that even if there is a knock onto the players of Team 4MV, he has that off angle to make sure Bit cannot close in. And that's just great strategy there from Doc, and he's now trying to flank the players of Team Bit. And even Bit, they're just down to 2 players, Shoykot and Alpha. Let's see if they're even able to make it out alive from this situation.
Did I tell you one more healthy rivalry is there between the plus of Bad Intention and 4MV from the start of week number 2? That is when Bad Intention went against the plus of 4MV, and it was not an easy fight for the plus of 4MV because Bad Intention, despite being at the bottom, they showcased a very good fight, brilliant efforts. Yes, 4MV, they came on the top, and Shoykot gives a little bit of the glimpse to the plus of 4MV and loses some HP. This grenade could have been deadly for Shoykot, but there won't be the perfect projectile. So for now, Shoykot is safe. 4MV East. Well, East is the main assaulter from the side of 4MV, Frizz. I have to tell you, he's having his own race with his own teammate Doc in terms of the MVP. They have close to 100 elimination. By the end of this week, he is going to have 100 elimination of his own.
Hey, again, you have the prize for MVP, right? So why not fight it out between yourselves and not give it to a third team? Hey, that's great. That's great. I love 4MV for this rivalry that they have in between them. But still, they're working as team. I don't see any unnecessary commitment from the players of 4MV. Yes, they're investing a little bit of utility, but they know that they'll be able to reset once they're able to take down the players of bad intentions, and that's just great. They're not taking any unnecessary steps. They know they're inside the zone. They don't have to force this fight, and they're just waiting for that mistake from team bad intentions. As soon as they get one knock, I see the players of 4MB just collapsing onto this location.
No second thought, no second thought. 4MB is the most aggressive team in the lobby, and once they find a knock onto you, they are going to rush towards you. But somewhere I see one of the player of 4MB has been knocked down. Easy revival should come in. 4MB, they can't afford to lose a player at this point. 14 teams, 44 players still remaining in the lobby, and soon the blue will start catching up to the players of 4MB. Refuse is already ready with his vehicle to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade, and Alpha is keeping a close eye on to Refuse over there, but still smokes being deployed, providing the perfect cover required in the situation.
The time is the problem now. 4MB, by now they should have realized that it's not a complete team in front of them. They've got that revival and have 20 seconds on the clock to get in the zone. The question is, do they rotate around the players of team bad intentions, or do they want to fight it? Now I do think that the time is to just avoid this fight. You don't want any player losses in stage number 6. And let's see, 4MV, they might just get close to the compound, but probably avoid fight. No, that's not the case. 4MV, they just barge in. Team BIT will be in a little bit of trouble. Refuse is already spotted one of the players, but yeah, he gets that knock. The cover is being provided, and it's all down to the last remaining player of bad intentions.
What can he do? The Wrath of 4MB is walking towards him. East has been taken down, but that's still not going to help the case of Alpha over there. It's still a 1v3 situation. Make it 1v4 because Apex will go for the rescue mission onto his teammates so very easily. And Dog, the main aggressive player, goes in, takes the final player, and with that bad intention, again, a very bad start. Something we always hear in the game of PUBG Mobile this time. At least for this event, they have been eliminated. Leo Esports on 13th spot with 3 elimination, but yet now they have their eyes onto the players of 4MV. But from the back lines, MABETEX Esports comes in and takes on one player of I8. Bonnie is still looking for some knock, but he also goes down.
I thought he got run over, but it's the UMP from East which gets the job done. Third party shots being taken. What is this split from I8? I don't understand. They leave 2 of their players in compound, and the 2 of the players just went all out in the open. Yes, they'll be able to get a few knocks, but they've lost 2 as well. So 4MB, while they're on the verge of getting eliminated, I8 is also not in a very good spot. So Viper and Nova, they themselves have to move 70 meters inside the zone. They have the vehicles, but the passenger of this buggy is never safe. Never safe while you're trying to rotate on such a very, I'd say, very easy drivable terrain. You don't have a lot of ridges. This frag will be confirmed from I8, but that's about it. Let's see I8. How do they want to play on the edge of the zone? Nades are going to come in from MAB. I think this should be easy 2 frags collected for this team.
But I8 did enough damage on the side of 4MV. Even the numbers of 4MV are not supporting them. They are down to only a single player. And Steel Esports, well, they have been eliminated with 0 elimination at 12th spot. Now we have 11 teams, 29 players remaining. And it is stage 6 circle that is going to approach. NB Esports, they are on the periphery of the circle. Yes, they do have good riches to play around with. But here comes the vehicle run over. MABETEX Esports takes down one player, the last man from the side of I8. And with that, I8 with 4 elimination bets. Bye-bye. But DE, NB Esports, Mondo, how can he miss that shot? He has been taken down by the players of DE.
NB, that should have been a double knock in my books. But somehow Precious just turns around, delivers a double headshot onto Turu Love, and it's all down to Precious now. He has to be the savior for this team. He has 40 seconds. Very weird decision making. Just all out in the open, trying to heal himself, patch himself back up, and he just gets eliminated. Stalwarts now in a fight with DRS, and IC is already been taken down. The smokes are being thrown to facilitate the revival, but DRS, they do have a good opportunity here. Juice, IC is down. Nirzet is also on very little HP, and DRS, they have a good angle. Tops, although he gets a good knock, the trade is there. ST down to 2 players. It's a 3v2 fight, and DRS, they're getting third partied as well, I think, from behind. That's why they have to fall back. They have to respect the zone too. And ST, they'll get a little bit of a breathing space, but action! He does not want any of it. He goes in, gets the second knock, makes sure that his team has enough time to get those revivals.
Stalwart Esports, not an easy team to deal with or to stop. DRS coming under heavy fire from the side of Stalwart Esports, especially Action. The main guy, the assaulter from the side of Stalwart Esports, is not going to stop at any cost. Yes, they have managed to find 2 knocks onto the plus of DRS. Only a single player remaining, but right now, Action has something else to do. That is to revive his own teammates. Tops and IC, they are on a sliver of HP. He's going for the rescue mission onto Nazed, but at the same time, they have to be very cautious. As enemy Esports, from far off angle, they heard the commotion, and now they are also chiming in and doing a perfect third party.
Oh, Fistboy has a good angle, but IC instantly. Look at this. I love the way ST just neutralizes the threats by just facing them head on. It was IC alone who went towards that ridge, made sure that NB, the ground they gained, is of no use to them. They were forced to fall back, and Stalwart. Yes, Action gets taken down again from DRS's use OG, but I don't think it's easy for DRS to survive in this position. The second knock comes in, maybe the third one as well. Although I think DRS, no, they just get eliminated, and Stalwart, they do lose a player, but they eliminate the thorn in their side.
But still, Stalwart Esports, they have to deal with the plus of NV Esports. At the same time, there is a team, I believe it is going to be Raw Officials towards the southern side. They have the numbers, and I don't think we can take Raw Officials lightly. The way they have showcased improvement, and with that, MABETEX Esports, well, they are also preparing few bullets in the direction of Zodi out there in the open. Not a position to hold on to. He has to patch himself. Yes, yet a Uta is there for the backup, but NB Esports, well, they have strike onto the plus of Stalwart Esports, and looks like the numbers of Stalwart Esports are not supporting the case, as one man is already down to his knees.
Oh, MAB, they find themselves in a very comfortable spot. 9 defeats to their name, and just 4 teams remaining. All of these teams are looking a good contender for that chicken. Fistboy, some shots being taken, but volley comes in from a different direction, from a different angle, gets the knock. NB suddenly down to just 1. Sek is the last one standing. Baron challenges him head on, but he goes down. Sek is able to get that knock, but look at his HP bar, not supporting at all. MAB also, although have lost 2 players. MABETEX, they might get that revival, and they should go for the revival first and then take that fight and easily eliminate the team in front of them.
They certainly can. NB Esports, they are susceptible to the grenades that are coming in. Perfect grenade right on the face. Takes down both the plus of NB Esports, and with that, NB Esports, they have been eliminated. Now we are down to only 3 teams and 9 players remaining. Raw Official, they do have the numbers. And look at the position of IC. He's in such a tight spot. Any player of Raw Officials can easily spot him down. The buggy won't be enough to provide the necessary cover he needs in the situation. Oh, he is holding on to his dear life. I can feel his heartbeats right now.
Hey, Raw, they do have a good angle, but I don't think so you'll expect a player behind such perfectly parked buggy. He is not giving any information. He's not moving an inch. And the fights are going to come around him because he is around the center of the zone. NB though, look at the position they have. They have to fight it out against MAB, and Stalwart can just play the spoil sport in this fight. IC needs to find the perfect moment to strike, and maybe eye for the chicken as well. We've seen this. We've seen this a lot in South Asia, solo players getting those chickens. And now let's see if IC is the one to do it. Claw though, he's trying to get an angle. Volley, the flank from him is great. But I think Claw has an idea about it now. He saw the buggy, he's expecting a player nearby. One of the players from Team Raw is in a very aggressive position, and I think he's feeding information. Yes, Yeta Uta, interesting name, but he is in a very aggressive position. He's feeding information to his teammates, and let's see what decision making do the players of Team Raw officials make.
Raw Officials, their climb in the leaderboard is so very impressive, but right now Yeta Uta is in a tricky spot as 2 players are already approaching him. Baron along with his teammate, 1 grenade, and Yeta Uta is done and dusted. But the Baron, does he has any idea? No, he doesn't have any idea about the position of Yeta Uta. This can be the game changer for the players of Raw Official and Claw. Well, first glimpse, first bullet takes from HP from the side of Baron. Now Baron has a little bit of the ridge, but look at IC. IC has been spotted on and he goes down. Claw. Well, that was bound to happen. That was bound to happen. And Stalwart Esports, they have been eliminated at 3rd rank with 7 eliminations.
I wonder, MABETEX has such good zone control here. How is the AI giving the players of Team Raw the better odds in this favor? I think because of the position, they have high ridges as compared to Team MAB who are on the lower terrain. That could be a factor. But yes, the players of Team Raw, they are also slowly moving inside the zone. Let's see, MAB, I don't see nades being exchanged. So I think both of these teams are out of important utility. Volley just has 2 nades, yes. Oh, but 7 nades? What? MAB, they should be tossing. Baron should be tossing some nades left and right. But they're not. And I wonder why. I really wonder why. Raw, as soon as the zone shrinks in, they'll have that perfect ground advantage. And let's see how do they utilize it. That's the main question. Jetta Uta still has an opportunity. I don't think so. Leo is aware about this player's position. But yeah, here we go with some nades. Leo tosses one out. That's the second one's a smoke just to create a little bit of ruse. He achieves a little bit of damage, but not significant enough to get the knock.
The knock is not there, and talking about the resources, Yeta Uta has nothing. No first aid, no bandages, nothing in his hand. Even Zordi is having only a single first aid to work around with. Claw having just a single Molotov. So yes, the resources are not in the favor of Raw officials. On the other side, like you pointed, MABETEX Esports, well, their bags are pretty much loaded. The barrage of grenades is already coming in from the side of MABETEX Esports. The minute they find an opening, they will rush towards the player to get the confirmation. This is so crucial for the players of MABETEX Esports because yesterday they were sitting on the 2nd spot. Now today they want to reclaim the throne and come on the top spot, and this chicken dinner can definitely give them the points which they need right now. Even the weaponry, in terms of the weaponry, MABETEX Esports are having the big guns in their hands, Kese and Valley.
Oh, the weapons are perfect for these close range fights. Even the UMP now will have a lot of impact because of the firing rate. But here we go. Baron gets the first knock. Kangsa makes a wrong move, gets punished for it. And Baron, he's on a domination now. Leo even stands up. Now wants to take that fight. Jetta Uta. Oh, this is an important battle. This is an important duel and he wins it out without being traded. And now Leo is forced out. Leo goes down too. Jetta Uta has done his job. Now it's for Team Raw to salvage the situation, to salvage the 2v2 from this position. Zordi, he's trying to provide some cover fire. Claw will confirm that frag onto Baron. Jetta Uta also goes down, so no chances of a revival. But now MAB is fighting. Kese is fighting for that revival against Claw. And the revive might just come in because the cover fire is being provided from the left angle. And this is the final zone. The zone will shrink in. This molly really can change things quite a bit if it lands perfectly. But I think it landed a little bit short. MAB, they get their man up and now have that advantage.
The revival should have been denied at any cost. Yes, Claw tried his level best with that Molotov, but yes, like you mentioned, the perfect projectile was missing. So the numbers are in the favor of MABETEX Esports and Valley with the big weapon takes on Zordi. No, Zordi is still there on a sliver of HP, takes on the other player, Claw, and takes Zordi as well down. And with that, MABETEX Esports again getting a big winner chicken dinner for themselves in the very first game of week number 3, day number 2.
Great game. Great game from this team. And I love the way they play.
Agreed. Great gameplay coming from the side of MABETEX Esports. Yes, the consistency was showcased yesterday as well. Miramar is definitely becoming their strongest map, and this time they have got 16 elimination, 2650 damage, and in the overall ranking, they are sitting on the 8th spot.
Before this game, they were sitting in the 8th spot. And they'll definitely jump. They'll definitely jump overall after this game. 26 points. That's a good number to have. And the way they managed that situation, because I thought the hero play was made. Raw, as soon as they had the 2v2, they should have pounced. They literally should have pounced upon the remaining players of Team MAB. But MAB, managing the numbers, managing the players, getting an off angle and showing it to your opponent. That if you decide to push in, I have an off angle and I'll be able to create a difficult situation for you. That was the important thing, is what I felt. And that's what won them the game. They got their third guy up. Then they just simultaneously peeked from 3 different angles. And Raw, they couldn't have put their focus into 2 different angles at the same time. Great game from MAB. A great chicken from their side.
Well, fortune favors the brave, and same goes for the players of DRS Gaming. They should have also pounced on to the players of Stalwart Esports. They were trying to
Yes.
disengage from that fight that costed them their life. So you have to be brave in the game of Battle Royale. When your enemy has spotted down, there is a moment when you can disengage. There is a moment when you have to charge in, and MABETEX Esports knew perfectly when to charge in, and certainly they did so. Valley being the MVP with 7 elimination, 969 damage, 195 healings done, 6 knock, 1 assist, perfect stats coming in.
Hey, he is the MVP, and the way he played, just great. From Team MABETEX, he was the one holding the front as well. I think against Team Royal. I'll have
Yeah.
to check the word again, but he was the one responsible to get that first knock. So great job done from Valley, and I hope a similar performance from him in the upcoming games.
Big things are expected from the side of MABETEX Esports, because MABETEX Esports, whenever it comes to Miramar, they always drop somewhere on the northern side. The rotations that come from their side are always so point perfect, and so from the side of Stalwart Gaming. But this time Stalwart was not in the picture. In top players, along with Valley, we have his own teammates Leo OP and Baron.
Seems like a show of players of Team MABETEX rather than top players. We have 7 frags for Valley, 5 for Leo. Baron comes in with 3. Great performance from this squad. Stalwart Esports, they have tops in the list. I think Stalwart got maybe 6 to 7 frags overall. We'll have to confirm that when we get the standings. And Yetauta as well with 4 eliminations to his name. So a good performance from all of these teams. Talking about the match summary as well, Wally has the highest assist, the highest damage as well. Assist, the support was there from Baron for his team. And in terms of highest healing, not the highest number, I'd say Apex 482. That's an average healing game that you get if you're in the top 5, top 6 teams.
And I have to say one more thing. Yesterday, also MABETEX Esports in the very last game, they got a chicken dinner for themselves. So, do we consider as a back-to-back 2 chicken dinners? It's on the next day, but still, back-to-back 2 chicken dinners coming in from the side of MABETEX Esports. Now they are on the top with 26 points in the match ranking. Raw officials, a very good performance from their side. The way the perfect synergistic gameplay was showcased. 14 points to them. Stalwart Esports, again the aggressive force, 12 points to their name, sitting on the 3rd spot.
Hey, finally, DRX, even though they were not able to come out on top, 9 points is not a bad thing to get, considering they had 97 points after 2 different weeks. So 9 points from a game, that's progress. But progress wasn't shown by the players of Bad Intentions X CMF. Again, 0 points. And there are a lot of teams, DEADEYES, Steel Esport, Bad Intention, T2K, Kunyo. It's like they did not even play the game. 0 points, nothing gained from this map.
0 is something you don't want, guys. I expect big things from this particular team, especially. But in the overall ranking, we have Stalwart Esports sitting on the top with 73 points. MABETEX Esports sitting on 2nd with 72 points. T2K on 3rd with 43 points. This time 4MV, they were also taken out pretty early. So that means Stalwart Esports, they are catching up to the plus of 4MV slowly and steadily.
4MV not performing on day number 1, game number 1. But I think this will change. They have just 22 points in this entire week, and they're being followed by Seal, IHC, Leo, Elementrix. So again, Elementrix, Venom D, Bad Intentions. These teams have to tighten up their socks now, because it's high time. It's the final week, and you really need to buck up and get those points if you want to qualify in the top 16.
And talking about the schedule, now we have Sanhok coming in, where Group D will be sitting out Fritz. That means I8 Esports, Leo Esports, TRZ, and Sedem Esports, they will be sitting out. And IHC, Skylar's Gaming, Venom DE, and High Voltage will be joining us. And at the same time comes a dreaded question, which I hate the most, the prediction time. Which team do you think is going to get the chicken dinner in Sanhok?
I'll stick with DRS. They played a good game. We'll have to check if they're playing or not. I don't think so. They'll play, right? They'll play the map of Sanhok. So DRS again. I'll stick with my prediction. I'll stick with them through the whole day. I'd say DRS is a team I'm looking forward to. I'd like to see them get a chicken, and until unless they do, I'll just keep going with DRS.
And you pick DRS on the perfect map, because Sanhok is the strongest map for the players of DRS.
Right.
Even in the very first week, they got a chicken dinner for themselves in the map of Sanhok. And this time, I'm expecting they are going to replicate the same performance, because last match didn't go in their favor. But now you have made things difficult for me. Okay, I'll go with T2K Esports.
Oh, all right. T2K. Not the best performance from them
Yeah.
in the previous game. I guess that was the team that left one of the players hanging, just completely all on his own, and they played the remainder of the game with 3 players. But yeah, that was just one game. I hope they were just unlucky in that game and they'll be able to give some better result. Not the chicken, because I want to win that prediction scoreline, and I want DRS to come out on top. So not the chicken, but maybe a second, maybe a third position for that team. But let's see. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. DRS, they showed 9 points. I hope maybe 10 from this game. Just little progressions through the whole week.
Actually, you have a very high chance of getting that prediction correct because DRS, like I
Okay.
said, this is the strongest
Mhm.
map, and every single time my pick on Sanhok is always DRS. So there is a
Oh.
very big chance
Mhm.
that you can get the correct prediction. But talking about the teams that don't perform really good, one of them
Okay.
is going to be Abrupt Slayers. They don't stand a
Mhm.
very high ground in the map of Sanhok. But okay, let's leave the stats aside. Which is your favorite drop location in Sanhok?
Boot camp. I'm a boot camp guy through and through. I'll drop. I'll get 4 frags. I'll die. That's that's how I play. I used to play customs earlier, and I had my own team which used to say, guys, let's just switch our drops a bit. There are a lot of teams coming in. I said, guys, that's a perfect opportunity to get that frag, to get multiple frags in the early game. Although it's not. It's better to just it's just best to distribute yourself across the map is what I feel, especially the central zones. They are just disgusting to play. So boot camp is my favorite position. We'll have to see if this is the most liked position for other players as well or not.
But talking about the first circle, where do you think the first circle should go, or which circle you want to see, Fritz? Because I want a Camp Alpha circle which has not been granted even for once. What
Okay.
about you?
I'd like to see a circle centering around that region of Painan. It's
Hmm.
it's so difficult for the IGLs to make a call on which island to go because there are 3 different islands on this map and they are connected through bridges. But it's just a death sentence if you try to use a bridge, even with vehicles. So I'd love to see that zone that centers around Painan, and 4MV will have that upper hand if it does. But other than that, look at the other teams. They're looting on such extremities. This is for the very first time I've seen these weird drops, Shadow.
Actually, Sanhok offers so much loot, and these little houses offer only so much for a single individual. That is the reason we tend to see so much split coming in from all the teams. That has been the recent meta. All the teams go for the small little compounds, loot for themselves, and then regroup. And in doing so, sometimes they tend to lose few of the players, especially the players of IHC. They have to be a bit cautious. And talking about a potential close fight, I don't think we can see any fight right now, but this can be a Camp Alpha circle. You are lucky for
Mhm.
me, I think.
All right, all right. Let's see if that happens. But man, this is the first time I'm seeing so many dots on the mini map, completely just engulfing the whole map. Never. I've never seen such split drops from a region before. But hey, this will help us get some fights early on as well because you'll have players, individual duels happening all around the map, and I'm excited for it. I'm just excited for it. NB Esports, one of the few teams who decided to stick together. They've dropped in Paradise Resort. They'll have free loot, free real estate to cover. Although the small thing that did not go in their favor is the first zone. It'll not matter a lot because again, 60 meters is not something you should be worried about. But look at this NB. I love this. They're so quick on their loot that with 40 seconds remaining, I see them with decent loot and they've already started to rotate.
You know which is the happiest team in the lobby right now? It is NB Esports. Guess why? Because it is not in the picture. They are sitting out, so that means there is
Oh,
no
okay.
early fight in the city of
Mhm.
Paradise Resort. And NB Esports, they know how to go for the resources, very quick loot coming in because they have the experience. Every single time drop collision happening, you have to go for the loot so very fast because if you don't have a gun, your enemy is definitely going to have one. And NB Sports already moving ahead in the circle. But like you said, boot camp. Okay, boot camp, your favorite drop location, I hate the most. That means you're a very good player. You're a very good aggressive PUBG player, Fritz. This I didn't
I
know.
I love high tier loot spots. I don't care about the number of players dropping there. I just want to have the best possible loot. Condition being I survive. If I survive, I like to have the best loot. I cannot play with level 1 vest throughout the whole game. So That's why I prefer boot camp other than any other position. But yes, talking about DRS, this is again a very interesting loot spot for them. Sam he split I think is what they took, and now they're rotating inside the zone. Although it sometimes becomes a little bit scary for teams that drop in this location to climb up that hill. If someone is watching you, someone is keeping an eye on you. But for now, I think they're safe. There's no one on that particular hill.
For now, they are safe, but if they head little towards the northern side, they might face the players of Elementrix Esports, because the Elementrix, they are around the city of Ruins, so they have to be a bit cautious. Again, we have the players of 4MV. They dropped in the city of Painan, going for a very early rotation, and we can see the players of D Venom in the close proximity. Elementrix, if they get to know 4MV is rotating, I'm 100% sure they're going to engage in this fight. They're not going to back off. But somewhere else, we have a first blood situation amongst the players of IHC Godless, with the DBS takes on Mondo and gets the first blood. NB Esports, not a good start.
Not at all. Not at all. Losing players early on in this little map of Sanhok where you can just rule with better number of players. That's not the best possible start at NB Esports. They've been crippled down a little bit.
They have been crippled down a bit, but talking about the team that can get a hat trick for them is MABETEX Esports. They dropped towards the side of K, and now MABETEX Esports 4MV already moving inside the circle, so that means the route from the side of Painan is going to be pretty much clear. So I believe MABETEX Esports, they are not going to face too much resistance from the teams during the rotations. So I hope this can be a good game for them. On the other side, Bad Intention towards the side of Dogs. Okay, what do you think Bad Intention should do in this particular game, Fritz? Because nothing is working for them.
Oh, bad intentions. They've tried not to take fights, I think, and that hasn't worked out for them. So maybe now it's now. So maybe now the players of team Bit can try to do something else. Maybe try to take some early fights. Try to target a team which is a little bit lower on the leaderboard, other than them, obviously, because they're on the last position. So they can try and maybe take a fight against another team, and let's see if that helps them win some early on points and maybe boost their confidence.
Yes, but Bad Intention. Okay, let's be very honest. The very first day of week number 2, I believe it was, when Bad Intention, they went against the plus of 4MV. Not just 4MV, they went against the plus of Stalwart Esports in one of the game. So they were looking so very confident, and I was the one that appreciated the efforts going up against the strongest team in the lobby and bringing their numbers down. It's not so easy, especially when you are one of the teams sitting at the bottom. But Bad Intention, I believe they should go back to the drawing board, drop somewhere on the extreme of the map. Yes, Docks is a good drop location. Go for the late rotation, have the resources, go for the heal battle. Okay, heal battle meta is out of the picture, but go for the late rotation. You don't have to engage in a fight. Yesterday, they were trying to do the same. They were trying to survive. I believe it was top 6. They've made it in the top 6 in every game. Not in every game, few games. So if they keep doing so, I think they'll get the confidence, and maybe they'll get the elimination points as well. But maybe not the slot for the grand finals.
All right. So slot for the grand finals is going to be a challenge for all these teams, especially for the bottom two. Man, it's going to be so difficult for them to get in top 16. Plus, it's just not about them. The other teams also have to perform a little bit bad so that they're able to climb up. It's not just now them performing good. So that's another situation that is out of their control and will make an impact on the leaderboard. So let's see if some other team drops in terms of the game that they're playing. But yeah, IHC, a good start to the game. They've already gotten an elimination. 4MV, still with 4 players standing, they went for the early rotation. Hope so that they do find a good spot in the next zone.
Let's hope so. We can only hope and pray all these teams perform really best, put their best foot forward. But talking about, since we are having a dull moment in the game, what do you have to say about QBZ in Sanhok? Do you like the weapon? Because I hate it. I
Not
hate
at all.
it.
Not at all. The M4 is such a stable gun, and I think it replaces the Scar. That too is a very stable weapon as compared to the QBZ. I aim for the head on QBZ, and out of the 30, not even a single bullet hits there. I may be bad. That could be one of the cases. But I still see players preferring the M4 over QBZ any day uh, because of the recoil that there is. But yeah, man, M4 the best weapon, the best 5.56 weapon that there is. QBZ the worst possible one.
I feel like having a Barney Stinson moment. High five. I hope you give me a high five.
Yes.
And since we are again back in the game, we have a fight brewing up against a and 4 MV Doc with a grenade looking so very strong. So that is not going to happen, but his own teammate refused with a grenade. Nice. And he got
What? A prediction knock, or did he see a pixel there? Not sure, but Deadeyes, they're in trouble now. Doc, he's tossing his left and right. If he's able to get one more knock, Deadeyes should really consider falling back from this position. Well, let's see, the DVS is out. Deadeyes, they're left with just two players standing here. And now Farhad, he's just trying to connect any shot that he can, and he gets the frag onto Doc. So 4MV, the team eyeing for the first spot gets taken down, and Deadeyes, they'll probably able to get both their players back up. And with 4 frags, they're looking very strong now.
D Venom. I always say they are an aggressive team. They always focus on the elimination, but they have to find the balance between the placement points, because placement point is something where the players of Venom D is struggle the most. But still, in the overall ranking, they're looking pretty decent and good. But coming back to the players of T2K, T2K, they dropped towards the side of Mongoi, going for the rotation with those vehicles. And I'm not such a big fan of vehicle in the map of Sanhok, but sometimes you have to resort to those vehicles. But right now, Krita, first glimpse situation, and Raw officials, Gordy spots him down. Krita out there in the open has been taken down. Perfect spray coming in with a UMP 45, and D Venom, their victory was very short-lived, because now their numbers have been reduced to only 3 men.
And that's just unfortunate. You try to reset. I think they got the reset, but they were not aware about this team's location. Raw, they just come in and they steal a frag for themselves. STE, they also have got a couple of knocks onto the players of Team Seal. Deadeyes, though, they answer back with a knock onto Kangsa.
Typical Sanhok. Third parties have slowly starting up. MABETEX Esports Valley takes down Chori from the side of Abrupt Slayers. So looks like Abrupt Slayers, they're also not in the best of the position right now. And at the same time, MABETEX Esports, they're picking fight with the plus of Raw. MABETEX picking fight on the multiple fronts and getting knock and confirmation on both sides. But this time, D Venom, they are going to steal the glory and get the confirmation point. And MABETEX Esports, they're not going to be so happy about it. They got the knock, but not the confirmation point.
Hey, that's Battle Royale for you. That's Battle Royale. If you don't finish your frag, someone else will and steal the point. All good though. Bad intentions here. They have to move 255 meters in. So what you said, Shadow, about late rotations is being followed here, and Alpha will be rewarded. But you need to be accurate, Alpha. That's a spray from a tier 3 player. But it's okay. He recovers though. He recovers. He gets the knock and is now tossing a nade to confirm that frag as well. Does he even get the frag? Okay, he does. He gets the spray in the final second, but now has revealed his position. He has revealed his position to the players of team VNMD, and now the gatekeep scenario might just come into the picture.
It certainly can, but looks like Stalwart Esports comes as a blessing in disguise, as they are bringing the numbers of D Venom down. At the same time, Geta Uta also getting the confirmation. Stalwart Esports, one finish point has been stolen from their hands, but we have the plus of DRS also going against the plus of, I believe, Elementrix over there, and Elementrix already down to 2+, but Frag in a very tricky spot. He's in a 1v3 situation. Rules looking for a revival from his teammate. Molotovs, grenades, everything coming in to buy some time, but Orange is still bleeding. Frag is looking for some time so that he can go for the revival. On the other side, somewhere else on the map, we have the plus of NB Esports going up against Stalwart Gaming, and Stalwart Gaming, well, they are down to only few players.
Multiple fights happening in multiple directions. Volley goes down to a vehicle blast. That was from the player of DE Venom. My god, they're not stopping. DE Venom, they're losing players left and right, but they're confirming their frags. So that's a great thing. Bad intentions somehow on the top right now. They've lost a player. One of the players is down on the ground, but they've been able to get 5 frags. And MABETEX, The team that took chicken home the last game is out of this map of Sanhok. DRS also have a good start, but Elementrix, they've been able to reset. They've been able to get at least 3 players back in the picture, and now the zone forces both of these teams out of their comfort spot.
And look at the position of the players of high voltage. They are being the king of the hills. And yes, there is a split coming in from their side, but I'm worried about Assassin, because from the northern front we have the players of DEADEYES also coming in, and Assassin might be in a 1v3 or 1v4 situation, not looking so very good. But on the other side, towards the southern side, we have the players of Stalwart Esports having a very good compound to their name. They were looking so very promising, but still the numbers, the position, so many variables comes into the picture. It's not so easy to predict who is going to get the chicken dinner.
Hey, the game was going close, and I saw bad intentions on top. That was like a shocker to me. That was like a shocker because this team hasn't been performing, and they eliminate the team that was in good form, that was in good momentum. MABETEX was eliminated by them, and they had another frag to their name. So they did get themselves in a good spot. Now, were they able to close it or not? We'll get to know that very shortly. DRS also not inside the zone, but let's see if DRS is able to make it in and maybe get that chicken.
DRS can do so because Sanhok, like I said, is their strongest map. But since the players of Bad Intention, they are out of the dungeons, they took down the strongest team and stopped the players of MABETEX Esports from getting that hat trick in their favor. So yes, Bad Intention, I've never said they are a bad team. They have showcased the signs of aggression, the way they pick up the individual fights, be it 4MB or the players of Stalwart Esports, and be the players of MABETEX Esports. It's just the confidence which they are lacking. And after this game, maybe Bad Intention get that confidence back and can try and qualify, if not qualify, at least showcase good individual gameplays.
Oh, let's see if that is the case or not. But I also saw the players of team 4MV eliminated early on. That was through multiple different teams. I think 2 different teams slammed them apart. The final fight was with the players of VNMD, DEVNMD. So that was again another team that hasn't performed quite a bit, but now they come in, they get those frags for themselves, and they had 2 players remaining. One of them was knocked out, one of them was still fighting, but they had 6 frags. So for all of these teams who are going for the frag oriented, going for the elimination oriented game, they will find themselves at a positive note after the game ends, because I have seen this a lot in the map of Sanhok. Teams end up second, they get those 6 points, but in terms of eliminations, they have 2 or 3 eliminations to their name. That gives them 8 or 9 points, whereas a team getting 6, 7 elimination points and just getting 1 or 2 position points have the same, and they're positioned higher. So they will find themselves, they will be rewarded for the eliminations that they are having, and especially coming from a team that is not on the top of the leaderboard, that will boost their confidence.
I agree, totally 100% agreed. And like I said, this season the MVP is not any player, is the point structure, because so many teams now they are struggling because of the elimination points, the priority in the elimination points. Yes, you need the placement points, but elimination points are on the priority list. You have to get the elimination points, even if you are coming at the 3rd or 4th place in the game with 2 or 3 elimination or 0 elimination. It is not going to favor your case. On the other side, a team sitting on the 6th or 7th spot getting 10 elimination, maybe they'll be ahead of you, just like you pointed out.
Correct. And for the other teams that did not play that map of Sanhok, I'd like to see how they just analyze the game that these teams are playing right now. It has already been, I think, week number 3 is where we are, and they've already, I think so, have an idea about their opponents. So for now, the teams that are positioned from maybe 12th to 20th can start dropping on different teams, and they can get some frags early on and try to capitalize. Because what I saw on the map of Sanhok is there were a lot of teams that went for split drops. You can try to drop on one single player, just on in single compound, and try to take that fight 4v1. So that is something I'd like to see from the bottom position teams, so that they're able to get those frags, they're able to get back into the game, and maybe have a chance to qualify for the grand finals.
Agreed, 100%. But everyone watching the stream, we are very sorry, since we are since we are facing technical difficulties. Please stay tuned. we are still here, we are trying to fix the issue, and like Fritz was pointing out, outnumbered fights. Fritz, yes, the numbers do come handy. Every single death puts you at a disadvantage, especially in the final circles. But okay, talking about stats also, the team sitting on the top, yes, they are enjoying, but on the bottom, I think it's way too early to see those drop clashes happening where the bottom teams trying to take down the top teams, but maybe after a few days we can certainly see so.
All right, so here we go. Sorry for the short delay, guys. Sorry for the short delay. There were some technical issues not in our hands, but here we go. Here we go. T2K. We do see all these 4 players standing, and they're trying to take this fight against the players of Team DEADEYES, guys. Now let's see DEADEYES. They're not inside the zone. 9 seconds for them to find a way here. But man, these hills of Camp Alpha, you cannot get on top without taking a fight, and DRS, they have an unfair advantage is what I say. Oh, they're standing with just 2 players, but these 2 players will wreak havoc onto the whole squad of DEADEYES, guys.
But DRS, they also have to come down, and that downhill journey is not going to be so easy for them because of loss of Elementrix will be ready. Yes, Elementrix Orangey is bleeding out. There is no chance, there is no hope that Frag can go for the rescue mission at this point. The numbers are not in the favor of DRS. On the other side, the players of high voltage, last I saw, yes, they were having a very good position. They were being the king of the hills. I can still see the numbers are there with the players of high voltage, but Killer YT. Well, this player from the side of DRS and Turu Love Sir from the side of DE, these are the 2 individuals. They have clutched so many times, and Killer YT, I have no doubt in the skills of this particular individual, but right now he's at the mercy of the blue and the play zone. The 18th team in the lobby is going to take him down.
Hey, T2K, they really do have a chance of winning this game now. The zone is supporting them. The players are falling down around them one by one. And they find themselves at a very great spot. High voltage though, they're exchanging some shots with the players of DEADEYES, and DEADEYES, they're just in a very little spot. They just try to survive. One good nade could ruin their whole day, and that nade comes from Jane though. Turu Love Sir gets taken down. On top, he has a different angle, but Slayer is also not in a very good position. Entry frag, he falls down, he falls to his demise. Delta also spotted by the player of high voltage. And Malik, for some reason, he decided to just jump off the cliff. I think so, yeah. HV, they have control of the higher ridge, and they're just trying to just crawl up, get those frags for themselves. T2K, they're super focused onto the fight with the players of Team DEADEYES, and on top, he gets a very good angle, gets one, but then gets traded off. Slayer, not quick enough to respond. Jane trying to get the spam, gets nothing. Slayer in a 1v2, Sandesh is a little bit low. Suyog, he is also there for the support, but the nade from Sandesh will do the job, but here comes the third party. High voltage, they choose the perfect time to get in for the third party because T2K is reduced to just 1 player standing.
What is happening? T2K, they were looking so strong. They had the entire circle in their favor, but this third party brought the demise of 3 players from the side of T2K, and now high voltage, they are looking so very strong. 8 defeat points in their favor. High voltage, this ought to be their game because DRS Gaming standing with only a single player, Nima, on a sliver of HP, and looks like Jiggle has a vague idea courtesy to the vehicle, and with that Nima comes out, but Malik, being the faster one, takes him down, and DRS Gaming has been eliminated. Now Siyog is the only man standing. It's a 1v3 situation. What do you think, Fritz? Can he clutch?
Nah, the zone's not with him. The zone's also moving in. HV has 3 players. They also have a little higher ground onto Suyog. It's done. Suyog, yeah, now the information has been relayed. Also, he gets one. Wait a minute. They have to go to Suyog here. Jiggle, oh, he'll get the revival. And Pravin will be back in action. So, high voltage, they're playing it safe. Suyog will be subjected to a molly. He has to stand up and run. And the molly has hit him, I think. Yes, he's burning. And he'll be pushed on to by Malik. High voltage. They finish the game. They find the perfect timing. They eliminate the squad of Team T2K and grab that chicken for themselves.
This should have been coming. That should have been coming from the very start, get-go of the game. High voltage. They were having the entire control of those big mountains or the Camp Alpha Island. Until the very last moment, high voltage, they had the best position inside the circle. Yes, T2K looked so very promising, but the third party didn't go in their favor. But this time, high voltage with 10 elimination, 1489 damage dished out, with total 20 points, sitting in the 9th spot in the overall ranking.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia Spring Season 2023. I'm Shadow. Alongside me is Fritz. And Fritz, this time high voltage. Finally, they have woken up after week number 1 and they have showcased a very good performance with a beautiful chicken dinner. What do you have to say?
Hey, first of all, I'll have to say thank you so much, High Voltage, for not making that correct prediction to 8 for Shadow. Because if T2K was able to get that chicken, she would have gone out of range. I wouldn't have been able to catch up. Although it's still very difficult for me with just 3 more games remaining in the day. But yeah, thank you. Thank you, Team High Voltage, for getting that chicken. But man, it was the best possible timing for High Voltage to come in. Plus, I'd say it seemed like an individual effort from T2K to at least take that final fight. You knew the players were pinched behind a rock. You knew the north side of the map is not cleared by you. You could have just either waited or tossed some utility in that area to get more than 1 knock, so you decide to push in as a team of 4 and then get all the frags. But somewhere they thought that they'll be able to just rush in, get the frags. Resistance came in from the players of Team DEADEYES, and before they were eliminated, they took down 2 players. They just knocked them down, but it was enough for the players of Team HV to come in and capitalize. They come in with the backstab, they get the other 2 players out of the... one more player out of the game, because again, the last remaining player for T2K was just hiding in the rocks. And then it was an easy 3v1. 3v1v1 overall, and final fight was not to be seen in the favor of T2K unless we saw some individual brilliance from that player, because he did get a knock very cleanly. He did not lose a lot of HP. But man, being pinned down to a certain rock and then being pushed in from 3 different directions, it's not easy at all. And odds then went heavily in the favor, and HV, they capitalized on it and got the chicken.
I agree. High voltage, perfect opportunity. They knew when to strike, and they strike at the perfect moment when the plus of T2K were at the weakest point. Scarlet's Gaming, they didn't have the numbers. It was only Nima. He didn't had anything with him. No bandages, no healings, no painkillers, nothing in his hands, and he was pretty easy to take him down in that situation. But still, Skylar's Gaming, good performance from their side in terms of the placement points which they are getting out of this. But looks like for us, you are lucky for the plus of high voltage, because in consistency was being showcased from their side since week number 2. Week 1, yes, high voltage were having a very good run, but after
Okay.
week number 2, high voltage, they were losing those 4v4 battles. But looks like now they are again back in the action. Kudos to,
That too.
thanks to you.
Hey, count me in, count me in. If HV is paying me money to make some more predictions like this, hey, I'll definitely drop
No
my
money for the
UPI
lucky
number.
charm.
Hey, oh, okay, that's also fair. That's also fair. But yes, I mean, I love when teams like these, when these mid-tier teams, mid-table teams come in and perform brilliantly. So this is something I thoroughly enjoy, and I'd like to see some more names. Maybe teams like BIT coming out on top.
Hey, even BIT, Bad Intention, they had a very good fight. They were able to eliminate the players of MABETEX Esports over there. So looks like you are being the lucky charm for so many teams who are struggling. But everyone watching there, me and Fritz, we need a little bit breather. So we will be right back. You guys stay tuned.
Let's go!
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That we are back, and this time in the map of Sanhok, the MVP is going to be Sensei from the side of Venom DE with 5 elimination of his own Fritz, 743 damage, perfect stats coming in from this particular lad.
Hey, I don't think so. Venom DE will be found in the top 5. But if the player has so many eliminations, why not be on top in at least one department? That's great for team Venom DE to achieve 5 eliminations to their name, and we did see them taking down the players of 4MV as well. So a very great team being eliminated there. That's great job from Venom DE, and I'd like to see some good performance from them in the future. But let's quickly jump to see how many points did the other teams accumulate in this game. High voltage, yes, they got the chicken. They got themselves the 10 elimination points, 20 overall, followed by T2K with 10. Venom DE, now this is what I'm talking about. Only 1 placement points, but 8 elimination brings their tally all the way up to 9 points from the game.
This has been the pattern of Venom DE. They need to focus on the placement points and never say they don't have the aggression. Yes, they can go for the elimination points, but they have to find the perfect balance if they want to earn more money, if they want to aim higher prize money in the grand finals. But in team who are on the bottom, we have Abrupt Slayers with only 2 points, A+C Esports with only 3 points to their name, NB Esports, the aggression is missing on this particular day. Yes, 4 elimination points, but still we expect more from the players of NB Esports. Raw officials also with 4 points of their own. DRS Gaming, just on the basis of placement points on the survival game, they have got 5 points, Fritz.
Hey, I like the improvement. I do like the improvement from Bad Intentions, but we are at the juncture where you need to get 10 points a game for them to have a sure shot at qualifying. Because again, you can get these 5-6 points and expect the other teams to make mistakes and then you capitalize on them. But rather than that, if you're able to get 10 points a game from here on, which is a big ask from a team like Bad Intentions, but if you're able to do it, you will make sure that you qualify for the grand finals. So it's a good start. Do not take it otherwise. It's a good start for Bad Intentions, but the position that they are in now, it's a deep hole and you need 10 points every game to get out of it.
100% agreed. They can still showcase good individual gameplays like they showcased in the previous one, but now it's time for the Miramar, where Group C will be sitting out. That means the plus of T2K, DRS, MABETEX Esports, and Elementrix Esports, they are sitting out in this particular one. And again, the dreaded question, which I hate the most, and I think you also hate, the prediction time, Fritz.
Hey, Bad Intentions with the chicken. Let's go. Let's try something new. Let's try supporting a team who's at the bottom. Come on, Bad Intentions. I am with you in this game, and I'd say Bad Intentions is the team I'm looking forward to for this map of Miramar.
Actually, let's go with Bad Intention. The desk is supporting the players of Bad Intention after the intense fight. We are being the optimistic one, but I think Bad Intention, they do need the confidence and the way you are supporting them from the very start, Fritz. I'm so very impressed. I always love the casters or the co-casters who show support to the teams who are new or who are not performing. Bad Intention, our wishes are with you. Hope that lucky charm, Fritz, brings you some luck and you showcase a very good performance in this one.
Hey, let's go. Let's go, Bad Intentions.
Yeah.
We really want you to challenge the teams above you. They should also feel that you're thinking right now Bad Intentions is a team who's out. The 4 spots that have to be acquired by the teams will be eliminated. One of them is confirmed. This is what some of the teams are thinking. Come on, guys. Let's prove them wrong. Let's win a chicken in this map of Miramar and come out on top as a chicken dinner winning team. Let's go. I really want Bad Intentions to come out on top. But now, I think Miramar as a map for them did not go very well. If you talk about the first map of the day, they did show progress in Sanhok. Now it's time to top the cherry to top of the leaderboard.
I hope they do so. I hope they do so. And everyone watching, I request please show some support for the players of Bad Intention because they really need it. Since we are already approaching the end of week number 3, the days are numbered, the matches are numbered, and if by some miracle Bad Intention perform like the way Stalwart Esports is doing or the players of 4MV were doing, maybe anything can happen. Miracles do happen. We don't know what is in the store, but right now we have the flight path in front of us, and it is a northern flight path.
They never give me this. They never give me this when I play the game, and I'm so angry but happy at the same time because I might see a team going to Campo Militar. But yes, MAB, T2K, DRS sitting this game out. The remainder of the teams will play the game. I do see the players of Team Raw already taking an early drop towards the Ruin split. Now, this is a very common split that I've seen in Pakistan. And the way that they utilize the split is they try to grab the vehicles first, then drop, loot, and try to rotate. It's a very effective strat for that region. They do, I think it is Team... I'm forgetting the name. I think I8? No, I8 drops in Los Leones. So some other team drops in this position and they make it to the final few zones too. It's a great drop. It's a great split from that particular team. Let's see if Roy is able to replicate the results or not. La Cobriara is where its skylight says, but look at this play zone. Plain path all the way north. Play zone says, yeah, I'll just do the opposite here.
Plain path and circles are always like those ex-lovers who never want to meet each other. They're always so far away from each other. We have a eastern flight path, then we see a western circle. This has always been the trend. But one question I asked to Hana also, I'd like to ask you also, Fritz. What's the big difference you have seen in between South Asian region and the Pakistan region, since you casted Pakistan and you know the teams? What's the biggest change that you have noticed in both these regions?
These two regions play very similar. For specifics, if I say the Sanhok map is played very differently, I see a lot of split drops from the South Asian region, but in Pakistan, teams like to stick together. Bootcamp and Paradise, we always have a fight there. And there is at least two teams being eliminated very early on. And that is a little bit of an aggressive region as compared to South Asia. We see fights here from maybe the 4th or sometimes even the 5th zone. But in Pakistan, the fights are constant. Maybe most of the fights would happen towards the end, but it's not like we'll have a drought of fights from the very early stages. You'll always have those drop clashes. You'll always have those solo players being eliminated by different teams, which is missing, is what I felt in this region of South Asia.
I totally agreed. Pakistan region, the aggression which they brings in, I've always loved. Last season, I was the one casting Pakistan, and I loved. There was not even a single, as Blotter and Neeraj likes to call it, the podcast moment in the game. From the very start of the game till the very end, there are multiple fights happening. And on the other side, in South Asia, I won't say the teams are passive. They are more on the strategy. They are more based on the strategy. They try and analyze the game. They approach the game with big thought process. So that is a big difference. Totally agreed. But right now, Leo Esports, well, they are being the cautious one. They know where the players of Abrupt Slayers are. But the question is, do Abrupt Slayers know about the presence of Leo Esports? Because if they don't, well, the numbers might go down.
Abrupt Slayers. I saw the players of Leo have a chance early on when they spotted a player who was trying to rotate. But I think they want to keep their anonymity here. They don't want to show that they are present in this location. So ASL can just easily rotate. I think the remainder of the two players of Leo are nowhere near to provide support. So that was the thinking behind the decision of not taking any shots, not taking that early fight. And now you have Seal, who have already been spotted by Liquid, and he might be rewarded for his patience here. If Seal decide to loot this small compound, Liquid can really easily bait the first aid in front of him. And let's see if that's the case or not, because Leo, they are divided here. But if the situation goes right, they can support each other and manage to secure some early frags.
Let's hope if they can do so. But right now, the team that won in the previous one, High Voltage, finally they have woken up. Even me and Blotter were having a discussion few days back, what's happening to the players of High Voltage, because they were the aggressive one on the very first day. I still remember we had a quarry circle where the players of High Voltage were placed, and the way they picked fight with the players of Leo Esports, High Voltage, there was no stopping to this particular team. But since week number 2, they were completely missing out. They were completely absent. They were not able to win those 4v4 fights. And that was very shocking. This time, High Voltage looking so very confident. Let's hope they amp up their aggression, because this time the point structure demands so. You have to amp up your aggression. You have to go for those 4 fights. You have to go for those elimination points. And High Voltage, well, the player that has impressed me the most is going to be Malik. Okay, which team in South Asia up until now in this particular day has impressed you the most, Fritz?
From the 2 different games, I'd say the players of team Stalwart. They're consistent in frags. I also saw them getting, I think, second or third in the first game. So I'd say Stalwart Esports. The names are very familiar too, because I've seen them play for a very long period of time and they've stuck together, which is a great thing. And that's why that is one thing that makes me instantly fall in love with the team. If there is a squad who has been playing consistently together as a 4-man roster for the past 6-7 months, I just love it. I see no harm in supporting them, and that's why I'd say Stalwart Esports is the team that I'm watching and maybe even rooting in some games secretly though.
I agree to the fact that if players are sticking together since a very long time, there is an inbuilt synergy and communication. You don't have to go every single over there. Few things are understood by default since you are playing with such a long time, and that is the reason that Stalwart Esports, they are able to showcase dominance and aggression in every single game. They basically annihilate teams the way they perform. So Stalwart Esports are definitely one of the team that I expect to be on the top of the leaderboard every single time I see them. But right now, just like I said, Leo Esports and one of the player of Abrupt Slayers, well, I'm worried about that player because there is no chance that his teammates can come in that open field and help him out. All he can do is hold on to his dear life and not give any kind of a sound cue. Yes, UMP in close range is most potent and powerful, but still, look at him not moving an inch.
As soon as he gives even a single footstep, the whole squad of Leo just collapses on him. And here he has an opportunity to get a knock, or maybe his teammate from very far away can try and get a knock, and then he starts to make a move and tries to be the thorn in their side. Let's see though, ESL. He is the one who has to be Bishal. He is the one who has to be the hero here. Maybe take one down, at least one down. And Liquid, oh, he does not check. He has a SKS in hand. He gets taken down, and that's the frag confirmed instantly. Now Bishal though, it's gonna be tricky for Bishal to fall back. Oh, but the support has arrived. The support is here. Or is it? It's a bit too late. Leo Sussex gets the frag for his team. And Abrupt Slayers, they're a little late to the party.
Leo Esports, they are going to be so very angry. They had no idea that Vishal was hiding. This is not looking good. Yes, Leo Esports, they are looking for some aggression. They have managed to redeem their fallen comrade, the eliminated player, by taking down Vishal. And now Abrupt Slayers, well, they have to disengage from this particular fight because look at the resources. They're having just few first aids, no grenades, no smokes, and this is not a position to take fight in. Yes, if Bishal was there, they could have engaged in this fight. And let's face it, Abrupt Slayers, they need the points. They're not at a comfortable spot where they can qualify for the bonus match. So they need the points. They have to approach the game very cautiously, play for the placement points, play for the elimination points. And after facing a casualty at such early stage, disengaging is the best choice. But what do you have to say about this particular weapon, AMR, the new sniper? I'm just loving it. I'm just loving AMR.
Hey,
AWM, bye-bye.
I just love bolt actions to begin with, but I've seen no use of these weapons for a very long time. I've rarely seen the car 19 picked up. I don't think so. It'll be any different. Stalwart Esports is the team that will have the luxury to loot that airdrop, but I think they'll pass. They'll pass that weapon and focus on their rotation here, and they have the northern side of the map open for them. SITM here, they have a fight with High Voltage Jiggle. Jiggle with the buggy, I think, is the scout for his team. He came in to make sure that the compound is clear, but now is pinned down by the players of Team Situm.
Not yet pinned down. He still can make an escape. There are few concretes available. His teammates are nearby that can provide the necessary cover fire required in this situation. But the question is, how many resources does he have? Does he have enough smokes to deny vision to the player on rooftop of certain esports? Because if not, then Jiggle, yes, he's definitely in a very tricky spot. But on the other side, we have the players of Abrupt Slayers as well. But I don't think Abrupt Slayers will engage in a fight. But we have the players of DEADEYES. DEADEYES is a team that demands respect, and the way they play, well, all respect to them. Yesterday they were able to get a chicken dinner for themselves, but Zero with that rooftop angle takes on one player from the side of Abrupt Slayers. But nothing to worry about, Prince. Nothing to worry about. It's an easy revival.
Hey, it's an easy revival for sure, but Jiro showed that this is his domain. The DMRs are a very good tool to accumulate some damage, weaken the vest of your opponent, the helmet and the vest of your opponent team. So that's just great. Jiro just making sure his aim is on point, get that knock, probably instill a little bit of fear in your opponent's mind. But man, HV, I see no way how do they escape this. Jiro, as soon as the players of HV try to move out from here, Jiro would just sit up, try to take some shots and at least take down one with him.
At the same time, he has to be careful as well, because it's Miramar. There are so many higher grounds ridges available, and when you're in the open, there is someone having a higher ground onto you. He can punish you. On the other side, we have few trades and knocks coming in from the side of 4MV. It is Seal Esports bringing down 4MV numbers. Trades are coming in, but NB Esports, they are coming in the crosshairs of QB over there. And vehicle explosion is something I love in the map of Miramar. I want to see a vehicle explosion happening, but right now Nima is the one bidding bye-bye. His teammate No Fear comes for the rescue mission, but he's a bit late along with AJ. And now it's a 2v3 situation.
Utility being used to Leo. Sus, he's trying to get that knock. He has a vector. Now this is a very interesting choice of weapon. It's a silenced weapon too. The nade though could have done a little bit of damage. AJ, look at his HP. It's dire. And Mr. Smokey EV3 gets that knock. Now No Fear has a lot of fear here. 3 players of Leo just barging on him. A nade to slow things down, but the push will come in very quick. And Leo with another elimination. Skylights out of the game and very first team to be eliminated.
And in a map of Miramar, Skylights, they tend to perform really good in the map of Miramar, especially in these kind of circles. Yes, there were too many teams trying to migrate from the northern front, but Skylights Gaming, this is a team that, okay, let's face it, the players have been sticking together since a very long time. The synergy is there, everything is there, but Skylights Gaming this particular week, even the previous week, was not entirely in their favor. Big things are expected from them, but we have NB Esports and I8 going up against each other, might go up against each other because they are in close proximity, but from far off, on uphill, I can see the players of Raw officials. Yeta Udo is there, definitely having a good position and upper hand. But I8 Nova X with that vehicle might be looking for a flank angle or might try and reposition himself. But at the same time, they have to realize that there are so many teams in the close proximity. They have to be very cautious. Viper with the UMP45, no grenades, only a single Molotov. He does have an information, and the players of CP Esports making their rotation. Sanchar coming and the crosses. But Bonnie, how can you miss? No, he's not going to miss. He's going to take on Sanchar from the moving vehicle. And along with that, Becca also goes down.
Hey, that's just the best possible situation I8 found themselves in. Great knocks, but NB Esports says thank you very much for the frag. The frag gets stolen, but now I think I8 should be confident enough to push in. Seal Rogue, he has found himself a room, I think, in the adjacent building, and he's trying to survive. NB, they're also trying to find some different angles on this fight, and Mondo, ambitious jump there, but yeah, he won't be able to get on top of that roof. Woofies gets that knock onto Rogue. Now remember, Rogue is in a different spot, and Rogue's frag, Viper is trying his level best to secure it, but as soon as the smoke fades out, I think the player from NB will reap the benefits out of that knock.
And Seal Esports coming under heavy fire. Viper down to 10 HP, but still nothing to worry about. They have a good position to hold on to. I8, the way they are converging the players of Seal Esports, looks like the number of days for Seal Esports are very numbered. They are not going to survive very long. Yes, there is no chance to save Rogue in this situation. Even if any player try and save him, is going to be a suicide mission. On the other side, we have the players of DE also going up against Leo, where Sus has been taken down. So multiple fights are happening as teams are trying to move inside the safety net of the circle. The rotations are coming in. Yes, the majority of the migration are in the city of Los Leones. It is going to be a fight of the grenades. Whoever is having the highest number of utilities, well, they're going to have highest frags. But look like I8, they're punishing the plus of raw officials as they take down Kancha as well.
I don't see them on a higher ground. They're on the ground floor still somehow just racking up those frags. That's just great. That's just great from Team I8. And okay, not racking up those frags, racking up the knocks. I think their frags have just been stolen one by one. Even Domi has been tagged up quite a bit by the players of I8. So I8 find themselves in a very comfortable spot. Seal, yes, they are in the proximity to them, but then that wall cannot be jumped upon, and you cannot push in onto the players of Team I8. So I8, they really do have a good spot, although it just could be a matter of a single zone before they get eliminated. 2 minutes on the clock. These teams have to make a decision. Most of them are still surviving with four players standing, but the others, they'll have a little bit of a trouble if this zone ends in the Los Leones city. Man, these city fights, they are very, very grueling.
They are the artillery fire that comes in, the grenades, the dynamites that come in whenever we have an urban circle is always fun to witness but very hard to play. These kind of circles bring so much trouble for the teams, but wait for the curveball. The last moment the circle throws a curveball and all these teams in the city of Los Leones, they have to come out in the open, and then it becomes a very big challenge. And the team that is in the outskirts or somewhere far off from the city, they reap the benefits. We have seen a similar circle where the players of Stalwart Esports were on the top and they were draining death and destruction. So there is a possibility of that happening again. And this time DE Venom, they are the one keeping themselves a bit away from the city, but Seal, well, for them, it's not going to be easy if circle goes away from them. Even if the circle doesn't go away from them, the way the players of I8 are converging, Seal, one grenade and they are done. But look at the position of TRZ, the linear split that is coming in, good position. But Raw, I'm worried about them because from the southern side, we have the plus of 4MV that might try and contest their position.
Let's see 4MV, and they'll have a higher ground doing it. And 4MV will have that upper hand onto the players of Team Bad Intentions too. Because Bad Intentions, I think for now they're being shot on from two different sides. Even Roy is taking some shots, and the players of TRZ are also interested in that battle. So Bit is in sort of a limelight here. The fourth direction from which they were safe for now might just be acquired by the players of 4MV. So Bit, they will be in a lot of trouble in the future. It'll all depend on the zone though. Let's see where the zone goes. And 4M, they do have a good spot. 4MV though has the best possible spot. They'll have a vantage into the city. They'll have a vantage onto all the players that are below them, and they'll have a party of frags to attend here.
From the northern front, we have the players of Stalwart Esports coming in, and looks like multiple third parties were happening as we had Sitim Esports, IGC, and DE Venom, and looks like the numbers of Stalwart Esports are not favoring them at all, and maybe they have been eliminated, or maybe one player is still there on the northern front beside Dobu of Sitim Esports. Maybe Stalwart Esports, they are still surviving. But what are the players of Bad Intention doing right now? There was no need for Dylan to leave this cover and move towards the players of Raw officials. The remaining two players have a very good position in this circle. This was an unnecessary rotation that came from the side of Bad Intention. And now they have this has costed them the life of two players. But yes, 4MV, they can try and contest Bad Intention. They can try and contest the position of Raw officials. And TRZ, even TRZ are also looking so very promising right now.
Let's see though. It all depends on the zone. The major shift is yet to come, and if it goes to the city, all these teams which were thinking will play through the ridges will be punished. And Bad Intentions, exactly, I don't know what compelled them to make this rotation. I think they were feeling a little bit pressured since these buildings are very open from all the sides, and they made a mistake and were punished for it. Situm though, Dobu gets a good knock onto the player of DEADEYES, guys, and he instantly falls back to cover. Now Turulov, He's trying to create a wall of smokes to get in and get that revival. The spray was good for a second, but Dobu, after missing those final few shots, now tries to get a nade, and these nades could be very harmful if they land on the right spot, and I think they do. That's a great nade. Kobe being called by Dobu, and that's a double knock.
Double knock coming in onto the players of DEADEYES. This is not looking good at all. There is no chance the remaining players can come in and revive the fallen teammates because it's going to be a suicide mission. So Doby will get the confirmation, easy confirmation coming in, and with that, the last player has been picked off by Mr. Smokey of Leo Esports, and DEADEYES, they have been eliminated at 14 spot. Now 43 players remaining, 13 teams. Dobu having a height advantage. Yes, he can capitalize on the information. Yes, he can pass on that information to his teammates who are on the low ground, but regrouping with his own teammates is going to be a bit of challenge. Right now they have the safety of the circle, so nothing to worry about. But all these teams in the city of Los Leones, I'm just worried, what if the circle goes south? If it goes south, I'm going to enjoy the circle so much, and all these teams are going to hate me for wanting such a circle. But hey, what's a battle royal game? What's a PUBG game if there is no action, there is no drama? For the drama, we need a southern circle going away from all these teams. But look at the position of Mr. Smokey. He's all by himself in the vicinity of Sitim Esports.
That wall is what makes the difference between Mr. Smokey being dead and alive. Seal though, they are also in a good spot, and look at the zone. I think it has shifted a little bit to the south, but still a lot of buildings are inside the zone. Situm though have to rotate. They're not inside. Seal find themselves in a comfortable spot, but the building that they've chosen is the worst possible one, open from all four directions if you try to get on top of it. And that is the reason that they're not trying to get any of these frags. 4MV though in a fight. Refuse finally lands the DBS shot, confirms the frag, gets the revival. The good thing for 4MV, they did not lose the knocked player.
That's a typical 4MV. Without losing any player, they managed to annihilate the entire squad, and it was just 2 players. Actually, a single player which they have managed to find. Yes, 2 defeat points. We were anticipating this rush coming from the side of 4MV. The way they were rotating, yes, it was a very good spot which the players of bad intention were holding, but they didn't have the numbers in their favor, and 4MV, well, they capitalized. Doku going for the flank angle, having some other angle, but he finds Alpha. No, actually, it is Zordi from the side of Raw who finds Alpha and Bad Intention. They have been eliminated at 12th spot. Now we have only 11 teams, 39 players remaining. 4MV still having a very good spot. And Stalwart Esports, they have been eliminated. Things are looking so very promising for the plus of 4MV, because this is something Blorder says. Every single time, any team that comes closer to the plus of 4MV, they'll showcase a very good performance. And with Stalwart out of the picture, this is a very good game for the players of 4MV in the overall ranking.
And so it is for Situm as well. Look at this, 5 frags to their name on the edge of the zone. I'd say when these zones end in the city, right, the best possible position is being on the edge, because you know you cannot be shot in the back. You only have to focus on what's in front of you. So Situm, as after the zone closes, they'll find themselves in a comfortable spot. Now, what do they make out of the situation is completely on them. Seal though, they are still just proning in, just making sure that they are not visible to any teams around them. They're just observing the rotations, they're just observing the fights and making sure they have a count. And if they do find an advantage, that they'll pounce upon. Situm though, still not happy with the position that they have, throwing some smokes, acquiring a little bit more real estate.
Agreed. They need more real estate in their control, which the players of IHC are having right now from the northern front. Yeah, I have to say, the most unpredictable team in the lobby is going to be IHC. One game, they come and they dominate so hard that they end up having 10, 12 or 15 finishes in their hands. So IHC definitely have the capability. Sometimes they fail, sometimes they shine, and when they shine, they reign supreme. And this time also, they are looking so promising in terms of the position they are having right now. As long as they are able to not get a knock onto themselves and call it caster's curse, because I can see in the mini map one of the player of IHC has been taken down. I hope they get an easy revival this time, because the teammates are in nearby vicinity. On the other side, Sitim, well, they are making too much noise.
They're feeling confident is what I think. Dobo and Desert especially, they've got those frags for themselves. QB, I think with the support, and that's a brave move, or maybe a stupid move. because it's two different teams firing on you, and it's Situm who capitalize on it. Desert is the one who gets that frag. He goes down, yes, to the player of 4MV, but in a situation like this, the revival would be super easy. Covered from all four angles, from all four directions. They'll get that revive and they just have to move 32 meters inside the zone. No problems at all for the players of Team Situm. And they are moving forward towards a good game. Although the dark green circles in the middle of the zone, that is Team I8, have a good advantage. The problem is as soon as they start taking these fights, this is what happens. Their frags are stolen. Although this time it's not the case, but most of the times the knocks that they get aren't the ones being converted into frag by them.
I really need to stop appreciating the team. The moment I appreciate IHC, they lose two players out there. Things are not looking so very good. Yes, they are trying to move inside the circle, but there is an open field which they have to cover. Smokes are being deployed, but how many resources can one have? On the other side, we have Domi taking down the players of TRZ, who were having a height advantage. Domi has been taken down from the backlines. Mad Cat going down. They are at the mercy of the blue. TRZ not looking good. Refuse takes on Claw from the side of Raw. Alex, perfect grenade comes in, making things so very difficult for the players of TRZ to move inside the circle. Degree at the mercy of the blue. Again, one more grenade. The blue won't punish them. IHC will punish them. Godless will punish them. And with that, Alex get the confirmation as well. With TRZ being eliminated, we have only 11 teams, 31 players remaining. IHC increasing their defeat numbers, 2 defeat points, but still not in the very best spot right now. Mama's still surviving, I'm sorry, from the side of TRZ. And as I say, Firat takes him down and TRZ has been eliminated. Oh, I have to stop appreciating the teams, I have to say.
All good though. They find themselves in bad spots is the reason they're being eliminated. Those are the moves you should not make in the final few zones. Seal though, they're also down to 2 players. Viper gets a knock onto DE Venom, and IHC Godless's nade comes and finishes the frag. Someone else getting a knock, someone else securing the frag. That's just unfortunate for the teams who are doing the hard work. Rogue here goes Rogue, secures another frag. Alex in the open. Not sure why did he make the decision, but he gets punished because of it. And Team Seal, they're down to 2 players, but still kicking, still trying to get as many points as possible.
A perfect grenade right on the face of Rock from the side of Desert, takes him down, leaving Soulless all by himself. A 1v4 situation, there is no chance that he can go for the revival. On the other side, we have Bonnie taking down the players of Dobu, Certain Esports, and Soulless might go for the revival, might go for the rescue mission, but it's only 17 seconds to clock. And they won't be allowed because from the backlines, QB perfect grenade comes in and takes down Soulless as well. Sealy has been eliminated. Now we have Abrupt Slayers on our screens going up against the plus of Esports. Fistball again, a perfect grenade right on Sleepy. Gangster on a sliver of HP. This grenade can be so very deadly, but it is not being locked to the perfection. But no, yes, Gangster has been taken down and Chari all by himself. A 1v3 situation, Fritz.
That's done. It's done. He's still being bombarded. So NB, they find themselves 2 frags. They have to make sure they do not lose players here though. That's the main thing. Chari, he is the molly connects onto Chari, and that's the elimination NB were looking for. They eliminate the whole squad of Abrupt Slayers and now are taking the compound from them. They will also be able to reset. That's a very important thing because I think Fistboy previously did not have the access to this M4. Situm though, they are putting a flurry of frags here. They're still 4 men strong. They're getting knocks left and right and are inside the zone too. What better could you ask from a team? 4MV, Apex gets that frag onto the player of Team Raw, eliminating the whole squad. But as soon as I say that, NB, they retaliate, bring one of the players of Team Situm on his knees.
4MV, this is their game to lose. Look at the position. Yes, they do have a good compound to the name. They have the circle. They have the entire southern control. And they are getting confirmation onto the plus of DE4 Venom. And Rally has been eliminated. I8 having a good compound. But I'm very sure NB Esports and Sitim are going to give a very hard time to the plus of I8. But they don't come to this picture. And Bobo has been taken down. And NB Esports, they know exactly where the plus of Sitim are. This grenade can be the demise. But Bonnie is the one who is going to get the confirmation. And this boy gets a confirmation of QB along with I8. Now we are left with only 3 teams and 10 players remaining. 4MV looking so very good in this particular situation. NB Esports fighting with the blue along with the players of I8.
4MV, finally they make a move. They're being forced out because of the play zone. The nades are not finding their mark. Viper spotted behind a tree, some spam taken. but then again they retreat back to their source positions. Envy Fist, they are just being engulfed from different teams from multiple directions. 4MV now behind their back. NB, they'll be in a difficult situation, but 4MV, they lose a player to team I8. Bonnie, great shots taken, and he also has a shotgun as a secondary weapon. So getting in close, trying to fight in their face is also not an option now. And 4MV, they better survive here.
Look at Apex, 4 grenades, single molotov, but no healings at all. And 4 grenades can be the demise for the players of I8, along with the players of NB Esports. Fistboy, being the optimistic one, comes out in the open, gives a glimpse to Nova X, who instantly shut him down. And now the members of NB Esports are not supporting the case. Mondo with a grenade might try and find few players. Viper with the MK14, but Woofus with the AMP is going to take down the player of 4MV. And 4MV, they have been eliminated. This was their game, and now it is going to give a very big opportunity through the players of I8, who are going to capitalize with the MK14 takes on Mondo and the last player of NB Esports. And I8, they were waiting patiently, and they have been awarded for that. They get a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, that's just perfect. That's just perfect, and that's a great chicken to have. WWCD being achieved, and I think you're correct, Shadow. We talked about two teams being so good. Next 5 seconds, they get eliminated. Let's just stop doing that. Let's just not harm the teams completely, because Jitam, man, they had such a good spot. They were very great in terms of position they had. They were very great in terms of frags that they had. But it's team I8 who come out on top. 21 points to their name, around 3000 damage. That's a good game in this map of Miramar, if you ask me.
It's a fantastic game, considering the damage also. Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia Spring Season 2023. I'm Shadow. Alongside me is Fritz, and things are getting much intense and more dominating as the day is heading ahead. And Fritz, I8, well, they get a winner chicken dinner. Beautiful. But what do you have to say about 4MV?
Hey, 4MV, a very consistent team. They made the most out of a bad situation, is what I felt. The final zone, I'd say the 9th zone wasn't with them. And the 9th zone moves very slow, but the damage it deals when you're outside of it is super high. So the strat there was very simple. They put 2 of their players forward, hoping that the other 2 teams might start fighting as soon as they see pressure being created from the southern part of the map. That did not happen. I8 focused all of their attention on them and eliminated one by one. But that's just a split second call that was made by the players of Team 4MV, and it's acceptable. The position that they had, 3rd position, it's acceptable. We're talking about the MVP. It's from I8 and Sky25 getting 6 frags for his team. And I think they had 11 total frags, out of which 6 from Sky25. That's a good game for him.
A very good game, in fact. I don't know, it was Sky or Viper who was having the MK14, but they had the best weaponry in their hands. There is no chance that you can stand against MK14. The numbers were in the favor of I8. Although they were in a tricky spot, they were susceptible to the grenades that might have come in their direction. 4MV and NB Esports rushed towards them at the same time, but still they managed to eliminate both these teams. But along with Sky, we have his own teammate Buffets in the team, in the top players with 3 eliminations.
Followed by Fistboy from NB Esports. Then comes in Desert X from Situm and Dobu as well. The Situm had a lot of impact in the game. I think they were eliminated on maybe either 4th or 5th spot. We'll have that confirmation very soon. But Situm, a great game for them in terms of eliminations and in terms of the position that they had. Some more stats here. Sky had the most damage, the most number of frags as well. Desert X had the highest number of assists and 578 damage healing done by one of the players of 4MV. All right, so Apex is a player from 4MV who had the highest healing done. So that's again good to be in the statistics, although you won't be given a prize on this, but only for the MVP of the whole tournament.
Well, the MVP race, 4MV, they are leading. They are having their own race with Doc and East. But talking about the match ranking, this time, yes, we have Illuminate Crew on the top with 21 points. Situm Esports, a very high fragging game, 12 elimination, total 16 points to their name. NB Esports, and NB also had a very good run, but 4MV getting 10 points, and I don't know Stalwart Esports how many points they got. So 4MV in the overall ranking, I believe, are still sitting on the top.
The other teams, there are a lot of teams that did not even play the game. HV, Team Kunyo, TRZ, Bad Intentions, Stalwart Esports, Skylights. I thought that the predictions might give Bad Intentions a little bit of hope in the game. But they come out with 0 points to their name, Shadow.
It's okay, it's okay. As casters, we always tend to support the teams who are sitting on the bottom and need the confidence boost. And we try to do that with the plus of Bad Intention. And maybe, I'm very sure they are going to deliver a very good performance before this event ends. In the overall ranking, we have Stalwart Esports on the top with 81 points, MABETEX Esports on second with 73 points.
This week's ranking is being dominated by Stalwarts is what I feel. I think that has been the thing for the whole other 2 weeks, right? And NB Sports, I think, is a team to watch out for. They don't have any WWCDs to their name, but still are in top 5. So that's a great feat to achieve. But Skylights Gaming, what happened to them? They had a chicken, but still are on the second page, that too on the 13th spot.
They are not able to spread their wings, I guess. They need to do something, because Skylights Gaming not performing in the map of Miramar is something that we can't accept, because considering their drop location on the northern side, the way they make the rotations of Skylights are always on point. But just like 4ME, Skylights Gaming also struggles a bit at the start of the week, but slowly they start picking themselves up. So yes, Skylights Gaming will deliver good performance, maybe today, if not today, tomorrow definitely they will. Venom DE also. This time I'm glad they're having a perfect balance between placement points and elimination points, but they have taken a downfall in terms of the elimination points. 29 points, sitting on the 14th spot. They have to perform really better if they want to play the bonus match. Now it's time for Erangel, Fritz, and Group B will be sitting out. That means Stalwart Esports, DEADEYES, Raw Officials, and Abrupt Slayers. They're not playing this one.
All right. Erangel is a very default map. And I'd like to see how teams approach this map. They should all be very comfortable with it. They shouldn't have a lot of problems. But then again, the king of Pochinki. Or do we even have fights in Pochinki, Shadow? Is it a very hot drop in this lobby?
No.
Oh, okay. So I think so. There'll not be a lot of teams dropping in Pochinki. Again, we'll see a lot of teams going for the split drops. That has been the case till now, is what I felt. But yes, talking about predictions, what do you think? This time I'll ask you first, Shadow. Who do you think is going to win this one out?
I want to go with Stalwart or 4MV, because they ought to get one chicken dinner at least. So again, Stalwart Esports.
Oh, all right. Stalwart is your prediction. I'll go with T2K if they're playing. I'd like to see T2K win one. I've seen them perform brilliantly in the past few tournaments, I'd say. They haven't had a lot of impact in this one. So I really want them to at least show us they can get a chicken in this game. Jane, Sandesh, Reg, and Suyo. And let's see if that's the case or not. The plane path is very great, I'd say, for most of the teams. Starting from military base, going all the way shooting range, cutting the map in half. Most of the spots are easily glidable. I'd say even Lipovka is a city which can be glided to. And let's see how the teams, drop in and what are the drop spots and if we see some drop clashes or not.
Agreed. The plane path is definitely bisecting the map in 50-50 half. You can easily glide over to your favorite original drop spots. That is where the teams are heading for MV. They are going towards the city of military base. But the question is where the fourth circle is going to be. Because not last time, yesterday there was a military base circle, and Elementrix, well, they managed to take down the entirety of 4MV. Things didn't go as well as we hope for the plus of 4MV in that particular circle. So this time, safely in the drop spot, nothing to worry about. Elementrix, they are expecting the plus of 4MV. I'm just waiting for that bridge cam, and the circle is definitely going to give us some chance. And you wanted a fight in Pochinki. Looks like we have TRZ versus Bad Intention.
Oh, interesting move from Bad Intention. Just jumping in onto a team which usually drops here, and let's see if Bad Intentions are able to come out on top. I love the split that they have as well. They have what Pochinki is segregated into 5 to 6 different compound structure, I'd say, and they have control of at least 3. Degree has a very important fight with Dylan, and if Dylan can come out on top, 4M will just start crippling down one by one.
There is a possibility, but somewhere else on the map, we have a first blood situation, maybe between the plus of Skylar's Gaming. But let's see if they can get the confirmation, because the knock has been made. And yes, like you were pointing out, TRZ and Bad Intention, they both decided to drop in the city of Pochinki this time. TRZ, they are looking confident in terms of the fight which they are picking. And this intention of dropping in Pochinki, I don't know what was it. Maybe they both thought Abrupt Slayers are not in the picture, so bit change in the drop location might be showcased. But RareX has no armor, no helmet. He has to be careful before peeking out, because it's not just one player of Bad Intention out there in the compound. It's 2 players, and S12K in the hands of Degree. Well, it's a dull moment. Both these teams are focusing on the best position, grabbing those resources. But who is going to get the first connection? Who is going to get the first opening? And this grenade can be the one if Mama can lob it to the perfection. But I don't think he can right now, because the plus of Bad Intention plays perfectly to avoid those grenades.
Bad Intentions are playing it very safe. Although they were very brave to drop here. But after that, I don't know why they're not taking these fights. I do see them in groups of 2, which is great, making sure that they provide backup to at least one of their players. But then I think Bad Intentions, they don't have enough information to act upon. You see a player of team 4M on the left hand side as well. So there are players to be picked off one by one. The fights are being given by the players of team 4M. It's just that BIT does not have enough information to act on. And look at this, 4M, they're now working as a team of 3 on the other side. So Alpha would be caught completely alone. Mehdi can come in with the support, but it has to be quick, because 4M, they're not stopping. Mehdi gets the knock. The support should arrive now. Alpha should run to his teammates' support. And Mehdi, let's see how more damage can he do. That's the second knock as well. Degree though gets a trade. And BIT, they lose both their players.
Perfect cover fire and help provided by the plus of TRZ. Yes, Bad Intention player was able to take down Mama over there, but Mad Cat providing the perfect support in that situation takes down one player from the side of Bad Intention. Now Bad Intention, they are down to 2 players. The numbers are not favoring their case. At the same time, this is the moment when they can charge in, when they can rush towards a plus of TRZ, because the wait is giving time for the plus of TRZ to get back on their feet. And this grenade could have been deadly, but no, it's not going to be the perfect one. Dylan, the second time going for the try. Degree on a very sliver of HP, but again Dylan won't lob it to the perfection. So the plus of TRZ, they're again back on their feet. And Bad Intention, they have to do something in this situation. They are not having the numbers. The best thing is they disengage from this fight and move somewhere else in the circle. Go for the secondary loot, because let's be honest, TRZ needs point. At the same time, Bad Intention, they need more points than TRZ.
Bad Intentions, they were not ready. They were not ready for this 3-man push. And I'd say a great decision from the players of Kunyo TRZ. They decided that they might get pinched. I think they saw the parachutes in the air and saw that the players of BIT are in a split of 2-2. So they realized that at some point they'll get pinched if they don't decide to rush one of the splits there. And that is what they exactly did. Two of the players, they were just not enough to fight it out against the remaining three. It was a great decision. It was an on-the-spot decision, and it landed out perfectly. Though the knock comes in from Dylan, he is able to get one, but the nades will fly on him, and Mamba gets that knock. All down to Sif, and I don't think so he'll be able to do much. A pre-nade being thrown on just that door, hoping to stop any sort of aggression. But it's better if he plays for position points because SI4M in a lot of trouble now.
He, no doubt he is. All the 4 players of TRZ are hunting for him. A 1v4 situation in such a close compound. I don't think he can do anything. And Mamba with the DBS is going to eliminate the last player of Bad Intention. Bad Intention again being the first team to bid bye-bye from the lobby. Now we have 15 teams and 60 players remaining. TRZ, well, they have been awarded by 4 defeat points for themselves. A good start for them. This change in the drop location is coming in their favor without losing any of their own player. They've managed to eliminate the entirety of Bad Intention. But talking about other teams, this time the circle, like you predicted, D2K, the circle is favoring them. Yes, we do have Siverny in the very first circle, and T2K likes to go in Siverny and have northern rotation. So definitely T2K can perform really good in this particular one. On the other side, we have the players of I8 and MABETEX. MABETEX goes somewhere on the eastern side, so rotations are not going to be so easy for them. At the same time, we have DRS also in the city of Milta, and this is the moment they have to go for the rotation because they are close to 1200 meters away from the circle.
Let's see though, DRS. They have vehicles, so it won't be a problem. Plus it's just the first zone, so not a lot of damage will be dealt if they are outside. But yeah, it's better to not use those bandages so early on, just because of the zone damage. So they decide to easily rotate off. The remaining players, DE Venom, if we talk about them, they're on the Georgiapol city area. They have got themselves decent loot. Leo, on the other hand, they've got easy control of Georgiapol Hill, and Sussex is making sure all the nearby vicinity is completely clear.
For now, it's clear. Leo Esports, like you said, they are going for the rotation. They are hoping to hold on to the ruins area. Yes, in these kind of circles, ruins is a very good area to hold on to as compared to the water city or the big Georgiapol mountain. But if you're holding on to the big Georgiapol mountain, you're having the information, and that information is going to help you. And looks like Leo Esports, well, they heard me. They are going for the big mountain of Georgiapol. IHC again committing themselves to the city of Georgiapol, the containers, but the circle. This time, Fritz, your prediction is gonna come true. Look at the position of T2K. They are right in the epicenter.
Hey, they do have 2 of their players there, but the remaining 2, they were expecting a shift towards the main island, which did not come, and now they're just retreating back towards the compound of shooting range, or maybe even a ridge. We'll have to see them to look at the position that they have. But NB, they'll contest it. D Venom, they're looking to contest it. Many teams, many different players are marching on to that location, and let's see if team T2K is ready to defend that compound or not.
They have to defend because we have 15 teams, and elimination at this point might give them 0 points. But MABETEX Esports, they are coming under heavy fire from the side of DRS. And DRS and MABETEX, they both are fighting with the blue as they're trying to migrate inside the circle. It's not going to be so easy because some other teams might be waiting for them. We have a few other teams also going for the northern rotation. The players of like DRS Gaming, but System Esports find Kese over there, and Jiro is going for the confirmation. There is no chance of a help coming in. And at the mercy of the blue, System Esports still in the city of Yasnia, but nothing to worry about because it's a stage 2 circle. So System, they can afford to take the damage of the blue for now, but sooner you get a good spot in this circle, the better it is. But right now, Royal is also coming in the crosshairs of Becca.
Some shots being taken from Becca, but it's some other team who blasts the vehicle and takes Zoil down on the ground. Confirming that frag won't be easy since the spray came from a very long distant area, and it's a player of Team Seal. It's Soulless who gets that frag. So IHC, they lose a player early on. Seal with the advantage, but Demo, an answer back. An answer in kind, taking down Becca and hoping to confirm that frag as well.
That's an easy confirmation, but right now Godless has to worry about Soulless because with that Info 16 precise spray, the vehicle of Godless has definitely taken some damage, and Soulless, well, lost one player, Becca. IHC also not having the numbers advantage. It's a 3v3 situation, but IHC, they do have a good compound to their name. But Soulless is still peppering few bullets in their direction right now. Well, let's see if he can find some sort of an opening. But talking about other teams, NV Esports, they are making the rotation from the side of Rozok. Majority of the teams are coming from the side of Georgia Pool. That is where the players of IHC can capitalize on the elimination points. I still remember there was a game, similar circle, where the players of IHC performed really good. Actually, not a similar circle. It was a Gatka circle, and IHC, they came on the second spot. T2K got the chicken dinner. So Erangel is definitely a very strong map for the players of IHC Esports. They ought to perform really good. This is a perfect circle for them to capitalize on the elimination points. Their entire focus right now is onto the players of Seal Esports. But Fritz, if we look at the mini map, look at the position of Rogue. He's going for the flank angle. He can backstab the players of IHC.
Ooh, I think IHC has a compound which they will not leave. So even if they get a knock, confirming that would be a little bit of a struggle. T2K though, they find themselves at the corner of the next zone, but they're happy with the compound they have. Jane, he's the one who's playing a little bit aggressive. I think that's just to collect information onto the rotating players nearby. And that's what he'll do. As soon as he gets information, we'll just sit in the vehicle, run back towards the compound and relay the information, making sure that his team is not completely surprised if an attack comes from the northern part. IHC, yes, they're trying to take this fight. And let's see, Soulless in a very important duel. Alex has a shotgun, and that is where he'll fall. Although Godless gets the trade, but the support from Sanchir is here. Seal, they'd like to fight it out. They don't want their player to get eliminated here, but Soulless dropped to such little HP. Alright. He isn't. We just did not see the perspective there. Assassin on the other hand, a fight between Team Leo and Team HV also happening at the same time.
Multiple fights are happening as the circle shift is forcing the teams to go for the rotation, but right now we have Godless against the player Sanchir, and this grenade right on the face. Sanchir has lost a lot of health over there. At the same time, Godless got the confirmation onto the fallen teammate of Seal Esports. Sanchir all by himself, trying to reposition, trying to patch himself up in a very tight spot. Yes, IHC, they do have the numbers, but Rogue, look at his position. This is what I was talking about. He can backstab the players, but that backstab has been stopped because Demo is going to take him down. So that means Seal Rogue, what can he do in this situation as Sanchir is down? Going for the revival, but can he do the revival? Can he go for the rescue mission? Demo, well, look at the amount of smokes being deployed, denying vision to players, and I see Demo out there in the open. Rogue trying to capitalize from that angle, dishing out a lot of damage, but Rogue is also down to a 50 HP. Godless comes from the top. Rogue with the DPS, can he take Godless down? And yes, he does, but LX comes in and takes him down. And with that, Seal Esports, they have been eliminated at 15th spot with only one elimination.
Debo had just one job, to delay that knock as much as possible, and he delayed it enough for the backup to arrive. Godless gets taken down, but he's brought back into the game and will be able to heal up and get back to his shooting position. Astra spotted, some shots being taken from Farad, and now he'll be taken down. It was not a wise decision to come out of that vehicle. He still made it, and he has been punished for it. The remaining players of DE Venom, they get themselves to this artificial ditch over here, and let's see how do they make the most out of that particular area.
Leo Esports and T2K also going up against each other, where the numbers of T2K are dwindling down. Right now in shooting range, we have the players of NB Esports and a solo player from the side of Stalwart Gaming, that is going to be Mafia Ninja. But the question is, where are the remaining players of Stalwart Gaming? Because at this point, Mafia Ninja need the reinforcement. If the players of NB Esports get to know that Mafia Ninja all by himself is hiding in that cave, well, they are going to go and hunt for him. But looks like the reinforcement is coming in from the northern front. At the same time, TRZ raining few shots onto the players of T2K. Rig has been eliminated. Now T2K down to only few players. That is going to be 2 players. TRZ looking very confident. 6 elimination in their name. But they have to go for the rotations from the southern side, where the players of Sitim Esports are also placed perfectly. Even the players of 4MB as well.
4M. Punyo TRZ, 4 players alive, but they'll have to fight it out against Team T2K if they want a clear path in the zone. But wait a minute. Punyo, did they even know that there was a player of Leo just camping out here hoping to not get spotted? I don't think so. It was an accidental frag. But hey, Punyo will take it. No problem. That's another point on the board. And who does not love free points? Great job from TRZ to just, use those buggies, make sure that there is no one around, and they are rewarded for it. T2K, they had such a great position. Still, they've lost 2 players. With 3 frags to their name, yes. But losing these players will put you at a very big disadvantage.
They already are a big advantage because TRZ, they have the numbers, but they don't have the circle right now. 7 defeat points, still looking for a potential position to hold on to in this particular circle. On the other side, at the same time, we have the plus of DE Venom in the close proximity. So there is a potential probability of a potential fight happening between these two teams. But look at the position of Frag over there. Frag having a very good dip for his name. Mafia Ninja right in front of him. Elementrix can easily backstab the plus of Stalwart Gaming, but we have Stalwart's remaining players coming from northern front. So Elementrix, they also need to worry about. But right now, there is some other team that is going to give trouble for the plus of Elementrix. That is going to be ISC. Demo has been taken down. At the same time, Alex also goes down. Close frontal battle. The plus of IHC are losing. And Godless, only player remaining. Yes, the players of Elementrix have been eliminated at this point, but Godless has to go for the revival for the rescue mission, but there is no chance because Frag is coming in, chiming in towards him, and Godless, he's in a very tight spot right now.
No Fear is the one who was taking some shots, but Elementrix, entry Frag, you need to stop there. If you want to take that fight, you need to stop, and he has taken a lot of damage because of the fall, but does not matter. The close range DBS will do the job, although do the reset. If not, they'll be in a lot of trouble. Elementrix, they're being pestered, and Skylights, they enter at the perfect time, get one frag, but more importantly, the position that they wanted.
Stalwart Gaming still having the numbers advantage, keeping the northern control to the name. NB Esports Fistboy out there in the open has been spotted down by Mafia Ninja over there. Mondo down on his knees. NB Esports, they need the revival, they need the rescue mission at this point. But can he find Soul? Looks like he can, but they have to worry about the plus of DRS. But DRS, they have their own worries in the name of I8. So many fights are happening, 11 teams, 34 players remaining. It's a stalemate situation for now, but so many fights are going to happen where multiple third parties can happen. Yes, Scarlets, they do have a good position. They have a complete northern control. But it all comes down to where the next circle is going to be. If it goes a bit south, then the players of Stalwart Gaming might have to go for a rotation. But Astra, he's in a very tight spot. He's in a very tricky spot as Mama comes right in front of him, and Mama has no idea about the position of Astra. Mama, how can you not know there is a vehicle? You have to scout the area, but thankfully Astra has his lucky stars to thank. TRZ didn't spot them, but maybe the plus of DE Venom can. But in the circle, right in the epicenter, we have the players of NB Esports along with the players of TRZ. And kind of a dull moment in the game. All these teams are trying to capitalize and have the best possible position, waiting for the circle, next circle shift, where it's going to be, and grabbing the information. Yes, No Fear has some information onto the position of Nova Egg, and finally he's going to pep a few bullets, but at this range, this distance, finding a knock, getting a knock is not so easy, but D Venom, they have to be cautious because Nima with a tempo 1-6 can take down few players, but it is going to be someone else. That is going to be TRZ. That is going to take down DE Venom, and Astra is going to get the confirmation. Domi has been eliminated. Things are not looking good at all for the players of DE. Israeli is the only man standing.
Ooh, Skylights. They find themselves in a good spot. NBES, Mondo gets taken down on the other part of the map. I8 is also fighting it out against the players of MAB. So a lot of fights going on all around the map. Situm comes in to take down a player of 4MB2. Nima though, a great nade, and NB Esports, they find themselves 2 men short. And SG, they did not even push right now. So Skylights, they are in a very good spot. They have the zone, and the gods of PUBG Mobile just gave them a drop right into their hands, and that's an MK14 recovered. Skylights, they are set for the chicken now, and if they don't get it, No one else can be blamed for it.
4MV are also bringing problems for the players of I8 as 2 players have been knocked down. There is no chance to go for the revival on the Nova X. But Bonnie can be revived, but no fear with that Info 16 is still looking for the confirmation. DRS rolls holding a little shack. Sooner or later, he's going to get spotted down. DRS not in the best position right now. But TRZ, yes, definitely a very good position. But they are being surrounded by T2K. Astra over there, and DRS YT finds 4MV East gets a confirmation as well. And 4MV, what is happening? They are losing close frontal battles. Now they are down to a single player, that is Apex. Yes, Apex can also do a lot in this situation considering his position. He can find few good knocks and confirmation onto the plus of DRS.
So let's see, there's no fear. He is still pestering the players of I8, but it is Rules OG from DRS who's getting those knocks. And I8, I think they'll be surviving with just one Bonnie. So Bonnie trying to get as many position points as possible because both the players in the shack are out of the game. Nova, his frag gets secured from the player of Skylights. They are trying to get as many frags as possible here, Skylights, and they almost have hit double digits. And still 23 players are remaining. I'm looking forward towards a 15 plus frag from the players of Team Skylights because of the position that they have. Look at the other teammates. They have got themselves inside the zone and they are looking very strong with the support from the player. Basically, the overwatch that is being provided from the player of Team Skylights. NB, they have a compound, but that's the only advantage. They're reduced to 2. 4M, Kuyo TRZ, again, a team with just 2 players who had an impact in the early game, but are now just spectators to the fights happening nearby.
There is a lot of dull moment in the game. Yes, no fear was trying to get this knock onto the plus of DRZ and finally finds a knock onto Rolls. There's no chance for a revival. Easy confirmation will come in. But Esports Desert finds a knock onto CU. Finally, fights have started breaking in and Rolls has been eliminated. At the same time, Bonnie is also coming into the process of no fear over there. So they have to win with caution. DRS Gaming, they have the majority of the real estate, but Giro comes in and takes down the entirety of T2K Esports. With that, City Esports finds a complete confirmation onto the plus of T2K, but they have to worry about themselves because Giro has been taken down by a vehicle explosion by NB Esports. Now DRS Gaming trying to get more real estate under their control, trying to challenge out the players of D Venom, especially the last player, Rayleigh, who is on the upper ground, but AJ from the back lines with that Info 16 is going to eliminate him with that Venom. DE also bits bye-bye at night spot. And Bonnie, look at his position. AJ knows exactly where Bonnie is.
Oh, that's I think that'll be a very difficult thing for Bonnie to deal with. AJ, he's just continuously pestering Bonnie. And AJ knows that he just needs a player to cover him and he can run at Bonnie and try to get that frag. That is the amount of freedom Skylights have right now because all the other teams are just constricted. Look at Skylights. They control 50% of the map and they're in a very, very strong position. Nima just blasting the vehicle in front of him, making sure no mishaps happen during the time they decide to take fights. But this 7th zone is a very important zone, I'd say, which will decide which team has the upper hand in the upcoming few fights. 4M, they're sitting in the middle of nowhere. It is called shooting range for a reason. And as soon as the players of Team Kunyo TRZ, they decide to stand, they'll be the running targets for many different teams. So if the zone does not favor them, they're as good as dead. 4MV though, sneaky as ever Apex, trying to crawl his way inside the zone, but he'll be in the open and he needs a frag here. He needs to fight it out against the players of DRS. Delta, he's ready now. He jumps up, gets the frag, although he gets taken down by Nima, but that's a trade you'll accept. You'll get that revival and it'll be a fight between these remaining 6 teams.
DRS Gaming, they are the unstoppable force right now. 11 defeat points already in their favor. The majority of the real estate is under their control. The split that is coming from their side is definitely working, beautifully working in their favor. And they are looking unstoppable once. Yes, their 2 players are so very close to the players of NV Esports, grabbing the information. The remaining 2 players are providing the necessary cover fire from the back lines. At the same time, City Esports, they are being the silent ones, not making too much noise, not grabbing having any sort of attention. But looks like Skylar's Gaming, they do have a vague idea where the players could be. But right now, Niyama has to be very cautious before peeking from that angle, because he got a lot of damage from the side of, I believe, DRS Gaming over there. But DRS, well, they survived, all thanks to Skylar's Gaming. That came as a blessing in disguise. But for how long can they survive? Because they have to move inside the circle. Yes, it is few meters, but still, it's not going to be so easy with 6 teams and 14 players remaining in stage 7 circle.
Situm, 3 players there. A nade onto the player of I8. Bonnie goes down. And that's team I8 out of the game. Dobu finds good area, finds himself a good area to be in. Just 10 more meters away, I think, from the zone. And that is another angle achieved for your team. So Situm, the way they played in the previous game, they looked very promising, and now they find themselves in the top 5 position. Good consistency as far as the 2 maps are concerned, but they'd be looking to close this one out. Although it will be very, very difficult to just completely uproot the players of team Skylights. And let's see how do the players of team Situm try and do that. QB, he finds himself in a good spot. He cannot be shot upon in this area because no one is watching him except for his teammates. So even Situm is trying to challenge the real estate that the players of team SG has. DRS is completely stuck on one corner of the map, and if the zone does not support them, they might be the first team to fall from here.
Could be possible, but it's the first time that we are witnessing such a big dull movement in the game at this stage in stage 7 circle, because all these teams like to go for the aggressive stance, especially after stage 4 circle. But now they do understand the gravity of the situation, that every single point matters a lot. It's only a few games remaining and you have to be in the top 16. You have to put your A game forward. NB Esports, Situm Esports, TRZ, these are all the teams that are struggling. Yes, DRS, they are in a very safe spot in the overall ranking of the league's place. Stalwart Gaming, they also need good points in their favor. Otherwise, any team can topple them over. This is the reason that we are seeing such a big dull movement, because all these teams are somewhere close to 14th to 20th spot, majority of these teams. But right now, Stalwart Gaming, well, looks like they have spotted down the players of DRS, and AJ with that smoke wall is trying to close in the distance, but Killer YT out there, and AJ knows exactly where he is. But the question is, does Killer YT know the grenades? Definitely now Killer YT knows. Can he survive the grenade? The barrage of grenades that are coming from the side of AJ. And finally, he goes down, leaving Delta all by himself.
Don't know why Killer decided to go for that spot. I think DRS wanted to control more ground in terms of the players they had. They just had a very small area, and Killer, he will be defeated. He will be taken down. But they also have another player to deal with, Delta, and I think Mafia Ninja, in the voice that he had with the buggy, he spotted this player down and takes care of him. This is the 13th frag, eliminating the players of DRS, and even Dobu is down. So Situm, the team that could have challenged the players of Team Skylights, they also reduced this to Dobu. He will be sprayed through the smoke. The frag will be confirmed by Nima, and Skylights, they have the most odds to get this chicken.
And they are already aiming for it. The cautious gameplay, the meticulous gameplay that is being showcased by the players of Stalwart Gaming. The patience. Look at the position of No Fear. He's keeping all the flank angles checked, while the remaining players are pushing towards the side of NB Esports. Yes, they don't know exactly how many players are inside the building. That is why so many grenades and molotovs are being utilized to bring down the numbers of NB Esports. On the other side, this is going to be a bit sigh of relief for the players of Situm Esports. TRZ being the patient one, not making any kind of sound, not giving any sound cue to the players of Desert or to the players of Situm Esports. But now Stalwart Gaming under the charge of Nima and Mafia Ninja, closing the distance, trying to find some opening and connection onto the players of NB.
NB, they have a huge task at hand. They need to just delay this push for as long as possible. And that's a good nade. That's a good nade that just bursts down in the feet of Nima. And AJ goes down too. Skylights, they falter. They falter at the very last second, or do they? Nima, Mafia Ninja also goes down. NB, what a hold. What a hold of the choke point. And the favorites to win this game have been reduced to just one. No Fear now will have a lot of fear in his heart. And let's see how he overcomes it. He cannot. Because Kuyo TRZ, The nade just gets the frag, and the whole team just gets eliminated in the blink of an eye.
Perfect third party coming in from the set of TRZ brings the demise of Skylight's Gaming and NB Esports, leaving Sidim Esports the only team remaining. Two teams, 4 players remaining. It's a 2v2 situation, and QB with the grenade is looking for some opening, but he's going to change his mind. But Rare X is trying to deny some vision to QB over there. QB along with his teammate Desert finding a knock onto Maba and Rare on a sliver of HP, and finally Sidim Esport, after showcasing a lot of patience, a lot of dull moments, but finally they get a chicken dinner for themselves. But Skylight's Gaming, oh man,
The biggest choke. The biggest choke is what they did here. They had a 4-man squad. Okay, I'd say 3 of them participated in the fight. Not all 4. 3 of them did participate in the fight. But still you lose it. You still lose it. That's just insane. But what a game from Situm. They just make the most out of the situation. They get that winner chicken dinner with 11 total points. And the thing that they did not get in the previous game after having a great start, they finally nail it this time around.
welcome back everyone. You guys are watching PMPL South Asia 2023. I'm Shadow. Alongside me is going to be Fritz, and Fritz, Skylight's Gaming. Big disappointment, very big disappointment. This was their game. They had the numbers like you pointed out. What happened wrong?
I think they got paranoid that there are 4 players in the compound in front of them, plus the smoke wall on the left completely went off. A smoke, I think, usually lasts from somewhere between 20 to 25 seconds. I think they did not have that information, and as soon as the smokes went off, they were completely caught off guard. The counter nades were just brilliant, and NB made the most out of this situation. The MVP is going to be from the players of from the team of Skylight's Gaming. It's no fear who had 5 eliminations. But I'm super disappointed. You did not need those nades. You just had to barge in that compound. You just had to barge into that particular compound and use the numbers advantage to your benefit, which was not done. And Skylights, they will be just harmed because of it.
Or maybe just show some patience. Grab information onto the players of NB Esports. The players of Scarlet's Gaming are such veteran players. AJ, they have been playing since so long, so it's very disappointing when you raise the bar of expectation so high. We ought to complain if you don't deliver. But in the top players, we have no fear with 5 elimination, Nima with 4 elimination, Sitim Esports Desert with 3 elimination, Fist Boy from NB Esports with 3 elimination, AJ again from Skylight's Gaming with 4 eliminations.
These are the top players from the game, and even though Sitim got the chicken, they still have just 1 representative there. That just shows that this team is an opportunist team. They see that opportunity, and that is when they strike. Skylights, they will rule all the charts, I'd say, but the most important one, when we'll switch on to the match summary, after the match summary, we'll switch on to the match standings. That is where you'll see them maybe on the second, or even if they're on the first position, I won't be satisfied with the number of points that they got. No Fear highest elimination. Nima had the highest damage. He also was the person who gave the most number of assists. It is just Godless from IHC who had the most healing, which according to me really does not matter a lot in the game. If you have the most highest healing, yeah, it does not matter. And yes, Skylights, it could have been them with maybe 27, 28 points. Instead, they're at the second position with just 18.
They lost 6 placement points and few elimination points, because I'm very sure if they got the chicken dinner, they would have got more elimination points. I just don't know. TRZ, well, good capitalization on the position, perfect third party coming in at the perfect time, bringing down the numbers and eliminating the plus of NB Esports sitting on the third spot with 15 points. At the bottom, we have the plus of Bad Intention, High Voltage. They have to bring the consistency. You guys have to bring the consistency. Otherwise, in grand finals, well, like I say, prize money is at stake. MABETEX Esports, same thing, inconsistent, not having a good outing in this particular one. Seal Esports sitting on the third with just a single point. Leo Esports on 12th with 2 points to the name. Venom D only 2 points to the name as well.
Overall ranking still being ruled by Stalwart Esports. MABETEX, they had that opportunity in this game to get the lead back under control, to maybe even top the charts with a good game, but they were not able to make the most out of it, and they're still on the second position, which should not be that big of a concern. The remaining teams, HUE, Abrupt Slayers, Venom DE, Raw Officials, these are the teams that have to be very careful, especially from 13 onwards, because they won't be able to play the bonus game.
Bonus match, Abrupt Slayers. Last time they were not able to play it, and right now also they are walking on a thin line, because it's just only 1 point which Venom D are deficit, and they can qualify for the bonus match. But still, we have 3 more days coming in. So Abrupt Slayers, they all need to do is just be consistent. Raw Officials, well, they have to get more points in their favor. TRZ, yes, they showcase one good game every single day, but that is not enough to qualify for the grand finals or for the bonus match in the long run. But now is the time for the last match of the day, Miramar, where Group A will be sitting out. That means 4 NV Esports, Seal Esports, and Bad Intention. They are sitting out, and so that means prediction time, Fritz.
all right. Prediction time. I this time go with let's see, IHC maybe. Is IHC playing?
Yes.
I've seen good performance from them. Sometimes or the other, I've seen good performance from them, but they haven't been. They did not get the spark. Is what I feel. They get good frags early on. They get 1 or 2 frags from here and there, but then they falter in the team fights. I hope they fix it and maybe show us a chicken. So I'd go with Team IHC this time around.
A very good pick indeed, because IHC time and time again they showcase a very good performance. Yes, they are the most unpredictable one. We never know when they start reigning supreme in the game, but this time I'm going to go with the plus of Skylar's Gaming, because I think they are going to be pretty angry after the previous performance. They missed it last time. They ought to get this particular one in the map of Miramar, which is their strongest map.
All right. So let's see if the prediction is correct. And what about you, Shadow? Who do you think is going to come out? This time I'll give you 2 options. You choose the 2 options because your counter is stuck on 7 for the whole day. Let me give you the opportunity to choose 2 teams and let's see if your prediction stands correct or not.
That would be a cheating, because I'm doing it from a very long time. I just have a very high hope from Skylar's Gaming. I'm going to stick with only single team Skylar's Gaming. They ought to deliver. They ought to get chicken dinner in this one. If they don't, I'm personally going to be very disappointed, because Miramar and Skylar's Gaming, they always do very well.
Oh, all right. So finally, let's jump into the final game of the day. The map of Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers for the very last time. Torre Ahmada is the place from where the plane path has taken off, and Landrilla is where it ends. It's again a little bit north-oriented plane path. The southern cities like Los Leones, Minas del Val, Los Higos, it won't be easy to drop in those locations. But let's see, how do the teams adapt? How do the teams go around in different drop locations? Because again, in map of Miramar, you need more than 3 to 4 drop locations rather than just having one and sticking to it. So let's see how the other teams that usually dropped in La Bandita, Impala, Los Leones, what decisions do they make, and where else do they decide to loot on?
For now, all these teams don't have a dynamic drop location. They stick to their basic original drop spots, MABETEX going towards the side of Torre Emuda. But yes, I do agree, sometimes having a dynamic drop location do give an extra advantage. You can bring in the surprise factor. When you have a target on your back, someone is keeping a bull's eye on you, you can definitely surprise them by going towards a secondary drop location. So yes, it is going to be favorable, but right now Skylar's Gaming again headed to their original residency in the city of La Cobreria. El Pozo will be occupied by the players of Raw Officials and Leo Esports, but this time the circle is going to be Southern Eastern Circle. So that means the players of Sitim Esports can benefit a lot from this. And D Venom also, because they like going towards the side of Piotr Piracio. I8, they will eventually go towards the city of Los Leones, and like I was saying, Fritz, that there is a healthy rivalry between the players of Sitim and I8. So maybe at the later stage, we can see in Los Leones I8 going up against the players of Sitim Esports.
Ooh, let's see how does Sitim play now. SG, that was the creator field area. This time I'd like to see SG just mend their mistakes in this game. Maybe they again try to get those frags early on and start from there. And let's see if they're able to get, first of all, good loot, because I don't see better loot in that area. It's just mostly tier 3 loot. So looting, the thing that they get to try and play the map from is something very important. And I'm not sure if they will be able to get enough loot to even win a single fight. On the other hand, Raw, they are very far away from the zone, 2500 meters. So they really need to be quick with the loot and then move inside the zone.
And we have first blood coming up from the side of Sitim 0 with the Vector getting the confirmation onto the plus of Abrupt Slayer Sleepy. Abrupt Slayer, the split drop is not working in their favor. And now Zero better be prepared, because from the two sides I can see on the minimap, Abrupt Slayers are present. Chari might come in, or maybe Gangsta might come in. But right now Zero with that Vector, 38 bullets. No armor, no vest, nothing, no bandages, nothing, just a single weapon in his hand, is waiting patiently in that little shack area and holding on to his dear life, or maybe looking for one more knock onto the plus of Abrupt Slayers.
Gangsters all alone. So but that's the information we have, right? Sitim, I don't think so. They'll know that Gangsters all alone and they won't be able to punish it. Chari's on foot. That is something interesting. I don't know if they do have good loot, because leaving a player like this completely alone could be very devastating if he gets eliminated early on. But yes, other than that, Sitim, they've got one frag. ASL, they've already lost Sleepy, so it's better to maybe regroup and try to loot together rather than just looting all alone, because this again will make you vulnerable to a lot of teams trying to maybe rotate in the zone.
There is a possibility, but Abrupt Slayers, I am very disappointed. Okay, let's be honest. Abrupt Slayers, they were not performing initially in the start of the event. Then suddenly a Miramar game came in and they started raining death and destruction everywhere. They created a lot of mayhem in the game. They got a chicken dinner for themselves. After that, every single time in the map of Miramar, Abrupt Slayers performed really good in week 1. But week number 2, their misery continued. Week number 3 looks like it's not looking good for the plus of Abrupt Slayers. Up until now, it's already 2 days done and dusted. So Abrupt Slayers need to perform really good. On the other side, High Voltage, after showing one good game, they are all again missing.
Yes, that they are. High Voltage, they got that chicken, and after that they haven't even been able to be consistent, not in top 5. So High Voltage need to buckle up, maybe capitalize on that good game that they had, and maybe finish this game on a positive note. And by positive, I mean getting at least 10 to 15 points from this game. Yeah, let's see if that happens or not. ST has also been sitting out in a lot of games. They haven't been performing that great. Yes, they're consistent. Yes, we do find them in top 5. But then again, 7-8 points is what they have. They have a good opportunity to completely consolidate their lead on the top of the leaderboard. But this map of Miramar, let's see how does it go for them.
And I totally forgot about Stalwart Esports. They are also in the lobby. And today they have not got a single chicken dinner. So there is a very high probability of Stalwart Esports. Because last Miramar, Stalwart Esports were coming from the northern front when they were taken out pretty early in the game, but they did showcase a very high fragging game. So there is a big chance that Stalwart will also be looking for a dominating performance again this time. On the other side, we have the players of IHC going for the loot, basic resources. They all have level 3s, level 2s, perfect grenades, first stage. They have everything in their backpack. So IHC is also looking very good. They are in the city of Montenuo, but they have to go for early rotation because look at that. They are 1500 meters away from the circle pits.
Oh, IHC. The rotations have to come in quick. Yes, it has to come in quick. And Zol is already leading the charge, I think, for his team. Has the bus, although that's the worst vehicle in the whole game to have. A slow moving, fat vehicle which attracts a lot of shots onto itself and has very little HP to work with. Man, I'd rather prefer walking on foot if the situation wasn't this dire. But it is, and I think they did not find better vehicles, so they have decided to go with the big fat bus. Or again, just risking one player's life in that vehicle. That's good news too. If you lose, you just lose one. If the vehicle blasts. I8 though, on the other hand, they are in the zone. They have all the time in the world to loot, and that is what they're enjoying.
And so are the players of Sitim Esports. They also do have the safety of the circle. They are also in the city of Los Leones. Sooner or later, I8 will go up against the players of Sitim Esports or vice versa. But right now, Abrupt Slayers Achari is keeping a close eye onto the players of IHC, and looks like he's not going to engage in a fight. He's trying to hide because he's all by himself. Where are the remaining players of Abrupt Slayers? Out there in the open, Chari, this is not the position you want to be proning in. You have a compound, hide in the compound, and wait for the players of Leo Esports and other enemy like IHC to go for the rotation and leave you all by yourself, that you can go and move inside the circle. Abrupt Slayers, they are not looking so good right now.
206 meters to move in, and yeah, they've lost a player. Sitim was the team that had that early frag for themselves, and now ASL they are struggling to even find a vehicle. Plus, there are so many teams rotating nearby that one of these I think have already scooped some vehicles from that road. So ASL will find themselves on foot for the rest of the game, is what I believe. Other than that, the zone is again shrinking towards Los Leones. It's a repeat telecast of game number 3. Let's see if the team that won that game is again able to come out on top or not.
Chances are there, but right now my eyes are onto the plus of Stalwart Esports because Stalwart always goes from the northern rotation, and yes, they are on a very close proximity to the plus of high voltage. At the same time, from the southern western front, we have the plus of raw officials and IHC going for the rotation. They might cross paths with each other. And on the eastern coastline also, we have TRZ, DEADEYES, and MABETEX coming from inside the circle. There is a chance they can also go up against each other, but Elementrix, well, today they are showcasing good 4v4 fights, but still they need more points for themselves. On the other side of the map, somewhere else, Desert has found a beautiful knock onto the plus of Leo Esports with a grenade. But the question is, can he find the confirmation?
Oh, let's see if he's able to find that confirmation or not. Dobu also gets taken down, so Sitim, they find themselves in a little bit of a troublesome situation. Elementrix though, in cusp, he has his eye on one of the teams, but let's go to the fight. Situm, Desert gets the counter knock. Will put high Hati Dami to bed and make sure he does not come and show his face in today's game. Liquid dealt a lot of damage, almost gets the knock if he's able to land even a single shot, but that he doesn't. And Jiro is able to get another knock. Situm, they lose a player, but they themselves find themselves in a good situation. The final fight, Jiro loses it out. Desert left all alone. Mr. Smokey and Sussex now have that upper hand in the fight.
And the last player from the side of Sitim Esports, Desert, has to make the mature decision and leave the fallen comrades bleed to death because there is no chance that he can save them. Better fight for the placement points and try and survive for as long as possible. But right now, Sus has his own troubles as the players of high voltage are showing on his doorstep. It's a 1v2 situation. He's not looking good, and the remaining 2 players of high voltage can also chime in. But right now, they're providing the cover fire, the backup support from the backlines. And Sus is not looking so very promising. He has to hold on to his position because the minute he's going to give any sound cue to the players of high voltage, they are going to rush towards him. But right now, Incus is a one in the process of high voltage with that mini. Well, Incus better not peek or give a glimpse to the players of high voltage. But look at the position of Swiss. He's just waiting patiently for the player Jiggle to come upstairs, and that is when he's going to strike and strike so hard that he get the confirmation as well. But still, it's a 1v2 situation, not so easy to deal with. But here comes a backup. Here comes a reinforcements.
Oh, let's see, high voltage. They don't even know that there is an opponent in their compound, and that could be very dangerous. In situations like these, I've seen a lot of teams just letting your player die. They think that we'll get a 1-for-1 trade, and that's the best thing we can do. But here you should take that long range fight against the players of high voltage. They cannot push because you have a player in their compound. Plus, if you get a knock onto the player of HV, and then your teammate surprises and gets the second knock, you'll be at an advantage. But I think HV, they have a rough idea. Yes, they do. And now they do. They know that there is an opponent nearby. They are trying to bait him out. The shots, they do get exchanged. No damage done onto Jiggle, and now he's trying to fall back. Sus, he'll be able to get in a little bit of a good situation where Mr. Smokey can provide cover, and there's a nade being pumped. Jiggle, the nade comes in, takes down Jiggle, and that should be the cue for the players of Team Leo to move in.
This is the time when the Leo Esports can capitalize. Leos have to strike in because high voltage, they are at the weakest point as Jiggle is still bleeding. The grenade goes in and gives the information onto Jiggle over there, but Leo Liquid is going to get a knock onto Praveen with that mini 14 at the same time. This also goes down, leaving Mr. Smokey in a very close frontal battle with the remaining players of high voltage, and Mr. Smokey takes down Assassin over there. And with that, gets a confirmation. But somewhere else on the map, we have the players of MABETEX going up against the players of DE as well. And Limendrix locking horns with the players of T2K. So many trades and fights are coming in after the circle shift. Leo Esports, well, they are looking good. They lost 2 players, but 5 defeat points in their favor. Yes, they do have good elimination numbers, but they need the placement points. They have to survive a bit longer. But right now, Jane with the grenade is looking for some opening onto Zordi over there. But looks like Zordi is going to survive for now.
Different room is where the nade went in, and now Zordi just left the compound. So he is trying to dodge all these nades coming his way, and he has been successful in doing so far. But let's see, Jane, Rig, 3 players from T2K still standing. Suyog was the person who got taken down very early on, and now they're trying to pester this last remaining player from Team Raw. The nade was good, but then again, I think Zordi is just hiding in a very small room in which the nade cannot reach, because he's not even taking a little bit of damage. And T2K, if they're so confident that there is just one player, it's better to work as a team and push in that shack. It's a very small shack. No chances of a third party can happen. Or yeah, maybe team T2K is a little bit paranoid that there will be someone on the ridge behind them. Alright. So it's a good decision from them. And Zordi, for now, he will survive.
Look at the position of Rig and Elementrix. Rig is holding on to a open rooftop concrete, and from that uphill angle, the players of Elementrix can spot him and bring him down so very easily. Yes, his entire focus is on to the player Zordi from the side of Raw Official. At the same time, he has to check his backlines because Elementrix, they do have a good position. But right now, looking at the mini-map, the majority of the migrations of the teams are coming from the southern side. That is where the players of T2K are also present. The players of Abrupt Slayers are also there. IHC is there. So there are chances of so many third parties in all this commotion. The team that is having the best rotation and position is the DRS Gaming, complete western periphery of the circle.
How much more utility will the side of T2K invest in just a single compound? It's either better to not throw any more nades, but Rig, as soon as he came out, tried to take that knock onto the player, trying to escape with the buggy, the cover fire was there. The cover fire was provided from his teammate, and the knock did not come. I'd say they are a little bit lucky, and T2K, they're lucky to not get Rig taken out of the game as well. D Venom, Krita, he is now trying to just come into this particular compound that the players of Team Cunyo TRC are holding. Now let's see Cunyo. How is their defense?
The grenade, are the ones being blocked from the side of Madcat, trying to find some connection and opening onto the plus of DE Venom, because right now TRZ, yes, it's a 4v4 situation. They have to find some knock, but Stalwart Esports being the silent one, finally they have started finding knocks onto the plus of MABETEX Esports, and IC takes down not just 1, 2 plus from MABETEX Esports. MABETEX down to 2 plus. They have to go for the revival. Otherwise, Stalwart Esports is not going to spare them. At right now, TRZ, they have finally managed to bring one player down from the side of GE Venom. Krita goes down, the main star player, and now 3 players remaining. The way they are joined at the hip, one grenade could bring the demise of many players. On the other side, TRZ, Degree has been taken down. MABETEX Esports has been eliminated. Kudos to the plus of Stalwart Esports, all courtesy to them. But right now, TRZ has to be careful of a third party brewing up from the side of DEADEYES, and even a fourth party from the side of DRS.
It's not just a hell zone. As soon as you step out, you will be fired on from 4 different angles. So they'll have to be very careful while taking these fights. Even when you are able to get those knocks onto your opponent, you need to consider the third party factor before trying to push in and maybe eliminating the whole squad. So Team Kuyo, they've just gone for the 2-2 split in 2 different compounds so that the whole team does not get taken down simultaneously. But here comes the push from the players of Team DE Venom. And now it is very difficult for support to arrive. 4M, Kunyo TRZ will have to be very, very careful with this fight.
They have to be. They can't afford to lose numbers in this situation when so many people are present. But right now, Rare X in a close contact battle, trying to find some opening with that AKM, going for a pre-fire, but there is no player present. Yes, there are so many scopes required, but Rare X finally finds an opening and takes on Tommy over there, trying to find the second one as well, and he certainly do so, but the last player of Venom DE takes down Degree over there, but the perfect backup was there, and TRZ finally managed to take down DE Venom, but now they have to be prepared for the plus of DE, because DE is also coming in and steals a perfect grenade right on the face of Matt, gets him down.
Do they want to take this side? The zone is not with them. It is a 2-2 split, so Kunyo might be able to come in with the backup. Or they cannot. Slayer, he gets the frag. Now the trades have to flow in. Slayer, sir, is trying to go for the pre-fire, the pre-firing angle. Vicious is also going in for the support. Slayer gets taken down from Rare X's M4. And Kunyo now, they have an advantage because they'll have 2 different players from the lower third as well. Coming in, Mamba gets a double. And DEADEYES, who thought that they had that upper hand in the battle, get eliminated within a blink of an eye.
But now TRZ, they have the big weapon. One of the player having a Groza. Now they have been awarded by an upgrade in the loot by the plus of DEADEYES. Right now, looking the plus of Raw, Zordy is fighting for his life. He's trying to move inside the circle. The plus of Elementrix can spot him out. But right now, Elementrix, they are busy engaging in a fight. T2K is also there. And Orange is leading quick with an M416 close on the target. But he's going to lose that Elementrix is going to take him out. At the same time, the confirmation has been made. But back with the DBS. But it's a far off angle. Zordy Raw takes J over there down. At the same time, Abrupt Slayers Gangstar takes the remaining six. Now Zordy gives a confirmation with mini tap-tap shot, leaving Sandesh all by himself. But Sandesh has his own worries because the players of Abrupt Slayers are also in the close proximity. But Raw, what have you done? You have given away your position. Now migrating inside the circle is going to be a very big challenge for Zordy.
DRS though, they find themselves on the edge of the zone. I don't think so they'll have a problem to move inside it, but they try to take a fight. They try to gatekeep some teams, trying to rack up the numbers in terms of frag. They were not able to do so. Killer spots a player, relays that information that Kunyo's player is present here, and Degree, he will be subjected to some shots now. Delta and Rules, they're still waiting for any possibility from outside of the zone. Any late rotators would be caught off guard by the players of Team DRS. And let's see how much do they decide to wait, because there's no one coming except for the team in front of them.
But Vishal is definitely coming in the process of Degree over there. Received a hefty damage but surviving for now. Yes, Abrupt Slayers, they do have a height advantage, but Mafia Ninja Samirals on the map, bringing down the numbers of IHC, takes on one player. But the question is, can he get the confirmation? But right now, Degree still trying to fight the players of Abrupt Slayers on uphill. It's not going to be so easy. From the bottom, we have the plus of T2K Sandesh as well. 7 defeat points, TRZ performing really good in this one, but it is Stalwart Esports and DRS and ISC having the numbers advantage. Mama still trying to give some peak, trying to find some glimpse onto the plus of Abrupt Slayers, and Sandesh with that buggy is being the brave man that could result in his demise.
Punyo though, rare. They are trying to take some shots. Yes, Sandesh is all alone. And he's going for a risky maneuver. Although it pays off, he finds himself inside the zone, probably looking for a shack now, so that he can find safe haven in that shack. But I don't think so he'll find it anytime soon. He has to settle off for the natural rage that he gets. Punyo, they also are on the edge. So the first fight, if they move inside the zone, could be with Sandesh himself. ASL though would try their level best to just make sure Kunyo does not move from here. They have a very good height advantage and they should make the most out of the situation. Degree, he is a little bit paranoid and rightfully so, because ASL can peek from any angle. Vishal is just showing himself to the players of Kunyo, making sure no heroics could be attempted, whereas Chari, he has closed in some distance onto the players.
And I have to take my words back. The brave move that came from the side of Sandesh of T2K has resulted in a position inside the circle. Now he is inside the circle and perfect position to gatekeep all these teams fighting on the periphery or towards the southern end. But right now, Leo Liquid is bringing down the numbers of IHC as he takes on Zoil over there. But IHC Godless fighting with high voltage takes down Praveen over there. Liquid getting a confirmation onto Zoil. So IHC, they are fighting on multiple fronts. They lost one player, but still 3 men standing and high voltage. Malik, this grenade could be deadly, but he survived that grenade. But it's a 1v4 situation. For how long can he survive? He takes on one player. Alex down to 10 HP, but Alex will take him down. At the same time, high voltage, they have been eliminated with 2 elimination. IHC, they survived this. Now they have to go for the rescue mission. They have to go for the revival because Leo Esports, they are keeping a close eye onto them. But Stalwart Esports going up against the players of Skylights Gaming, and looks like Nima has been eliminated.
Unyo TRZ has 7 frags to their name and they're still surviving with 3. So it's again another team to look out for. Stalwart, with all 4 players standing, they have that upper hand, but what a miss! What a miss from Mr. Smokey! I thought both the players were taken down in that situation, but it's all down to Chari. A nade being cooked, it's better to play with a weapon here, Liquid, and he misses the opportunity. Now Chari has an option to maybe take down Liquid and save his teammate. That's not going to be the case. Liquid drops the players of Team ASL.
And saves the day for his team, going for the rescue mission onto Mr. Smokey. 2 men still standing strong, 8 defeat points to the plus of Liquid over there. All this commotion is happening on the southern side. Sandesh is still hiding. On the northern front, we have the players of Stalwart Esports enjoying the best possible position, prime spot to go for that big victory, winner chicken dinner. On the other side, we have the players of DRS in a split position. Yes, they do have a good position, but they have to engage in a fight. So Stalwart Esports, they are the one looking most promising. This is their game to lose, but maybe it's too early to speak because the next circle shift is going to decide the fate of so many teams. Yes, Scarlets are in the center, but they don't have the numbers.
AJ, I think he has another teammate, or is he all alone? We'll have to check. Yeah, he has another player who's very far away from him. So there's no concept of support here for Skylights. Each player is on its own. And let's see Skylights, how do they play with that situation in mind. Mafia Ninja and AJ, these are the remaining 2 players of Team Skylights. Stalwarts, IC, Tops and Action, and also Nirzed. All of these players still surviving 80 meters, 90 meters to move inside the zone, and no problem for them. Already the southern part of the map is cleared by themselves, so I don't think so Stalwarts will have any difficulty moving in forward. And with 4 frags, all 4 players standing, this is the team who should have the highest odds to get that chicken. I'll have to look at the position of DRS as well, although they just have 1 frag. But if they're positioned better, they could also have an opportunity to grab that WWCD. I see. He is trying to spot the players of Team Skylights and take some shots, dish out some damage, do some work, but off to no use for now.
I don't want to jinx it, but it feels like this is the game for Stalwart Esports to lose. Because look at them, they have the entire northern control, they have the information about so many teams, and the way they're holding all the different angles. Stalwart Esports are looking so promising. They have the best resources in their hands, the grenades, the molotovs, the first aid, everything is in their favor. On the other side, DRS not in the best spot right now, but IHC Demo is going to bring down Liquid from Leo Esports, and Sandesh, well, he survived for very long. Now he has been eliminated. Actually, he eliminated the last player of Leo Esports, I'm sorry, and Leo Esports missed by, but the Z picks one player from DRS rules who was going for a flank angle, and now DRS, they are down to 3 men, and TRZ up close frontal battle with Sandesh. Last man standing for T2K Esports have been eliminated after a valiant effort. 6 elimination to his name. Tops get the confirmation on the rolls with many tap shots. Looking for more onto the plus of DRS, but DRS, they have to worry about the plus of TRZ as they take down Mamba.
Punyo, that was an unnecessary move. Mamba gets taken down, and now DRS are charging in. Degree goes down. Rare is not ready for the trade, and DRS eliminate the whole squad of Punyo TRZ. Good job from DRS, just isolating the fights one by one, peeking together, and they're able to eliminate a squad which was looking very strong. IHC, Stalwart, and DRS is all that remains here in this battlefield. And IHC have a very good area. They have a very good area on the map. Stalwart though looking to contest. Action, Ped, and M4 with the DBS is looking to get in the close range areas is what I think. And DRS again going for the high ground. So IHC will be in a bit of trouble because the first target for both Stalwart and DRS is going to be IHC. And let's see IHC how do they come out of this situation. It's a Mexican standoff now between all these teams.
I'm telling you, friends, this is the game for the plus of Stalwart Esports. There is no stopping them, but Killer YTT is going to stop IC over there and bring down the numbers of Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports, they have to keep the calm and composure and let the plus of IHC and DRS fight amongst each other and aim for the winner chicken dinner. 7 defeat points already in their favor. DRS Gaming, they don't have the majority of the real estate. They don't have the best possible position right now, but still, they are trying to fight and they're getting defeat points as well. Nirzed on the lower ground, and looks like Killer has an idea, vague idea, where Nirzed could be, all courtesy to that smoke that has been deployed with the plus of Stalwart Esports. But Gyante, well, he's not going to lob it to the perfection, so that means Nirzed has survived. At the same time, Gyante has given away his position.
Stalwart and DRS, I think they're fighting it out, and IHC is all okay with it. Godless finally reveals himself to the players of DRS. But now with stage 8 closing, all these teams will have to move towards the center of the zone. Because stage number 9 will force you to do so. And that is where the players of DRS will falter because they're all grouped together and on the very edge. And Action realizes it and is trying to close in the gap. And Stalwart looking to take this fight head on first with the players of DRS and have their distance with IHC so that they have enough time to reset. Although majority of the fight is going to be a 2v3 against DRS because Tops, he'll just wait. Demo, a great nade, will take down Killer. And now, the remainder of the two players of DRS, they're trying to push in. Delta, pestered again, tapped out again. Demo will get the better of Delta. The trade is there onto Alex, but Gyante will be taken down because of a third party. And now Stalwart, they activate. Now they take this fight. Demo goes down. Godless, no HP left. Perfect third party from Stalwart. And they get the winner chicken dinner.
Perfect synergetic gameplay came from the side of Stalwart Esports. They knew when to keep the patience. They knew when to strike. When the players of IHC were at their weakest point, they showcased aggression. And when the players of DRS were approaching, they showcased patience and let the players of DRS fight with the players of IHC. Perfect gameplay coming from the side of Stalwart Esports. And finally, they get a winner chicken dinner for themselves after a very high fragging game. I believe it is 10 frags, Fritz, if I'm not wrong.
Somewhere around that number.
Yes,
it's 10. Great game. Great game from Stalwart Esports. They're already on top and these 20 points will help them get their lead back. 1700 damage overall, 20 points in the game, and Stalwart Esports close the day on a positive note.
Stalwart Esports, what a gameplay coming from their side. Perfect patience from the start of the game. They was being the so patient one, playing with the circle, having the best position, keeping the entire northern control in their hands. Later they snatched the control from the hands of Stalwart Gaming when circle shifted away from them, and later on they annihilated the entire team of IHC. So Stalwart Esports played it to the perfection, but this time MVP I believe is going to be okay. I thought it's going to be someone from Stalwart, but it is Mr. Smokey from Leo Esports.
The damage I think is the difference here. 702 damage for Mr. Smokey, and sometimes I feel bad for all these players. They get so much damage, but when it comes to converting it to the number of eliminations, that is they falter. And 4 eliminations is what Mr. Smokey had, and I think his team would be somewhere in top 5. That is why this player was able to reach this position. But yeah, overall a great game. IHC had a good commanding position, but that one knock that was delivered from DRS before being taken down, that is all it took to completely change the whole game.
Agreed, 100% agreed. DRS did enough damage onto the side of IHC. That was where the players of Stalwart Esports capitalized and rushed towards. Had they given the players of IHC a moment to go for the revival, things might not have been so easy. Yes, numbers were in the favor of Stalwart Esports, but still anything could have happened. But looking at the match summary, highest elimination goes for Nized, highest damage, tops, highest assist, tops. It's all about Stalwart Esports this time.
Oh, they definitely did a great job. They were commanding the lobby, and the decision making was great as well. I mean, as soon as they saw that DRS could be a threat if they're able to control the right ridge, they instantly rotated 2 players to watch it, to make sure DRS do not come their way. And that is where DRS got pressured a little bit to move towards the players of Team IHC. And good job done by Stalwart Esports to first throw that delay, and then IHC. They did capitalize, they did get those frags for themselves, but at the end, it's Team Stalwart who came out on top.
And IHC on the second with 13 total points, 7 elimination. TRZ again, good performance coming from their side. They just need to have the consistency, then they will qualify for the grand finals because it ought to be the deserving ones. On the other side, but on the bottom, we have I8, Illuminate Crew with 0 points, MABETEX Esports with a single point, DEADEYES with a single point, Abrupt Slayers. Even Abrupt Slayers, they had a good position. They had the upper ground to their favor, but they couldn't defend it for very long. 2 points to their name. Not a very impressive performance at all.
The fight against DRS is what went wrong for them. I don't know how, they were in a good spot. DRS from outside, they came in and eliminated ASL.
Yeah.
That is what happened in that fight. Yes, it was a 2v3 battle, but you had the zone to your advantage. You had a rage. You should have peaked together in that instance, and that is what they did not do. And they were punished. They were really punished bad because of it. And ASL, they did not get a lot of points from that game. They were down in the dump. Stalwart though extending their lead in this week as well. 101 points. MABETEX following them with just 74.
They already are having quite a good lead in terms of the points they have accumulated for themselves. T2K Esports sitting on the third with 65 points. NB Esports on the fourth with 64 points. But look at the stats of Sitim Esports. 17 placement points, but 37 elimination points. So that means Sitim Esports, they have definitely stepped up their game. Now they're focusing more on the elimination points, but they need to focus on the placement point. But everything is working perfect for Sitim Esports right now. TRZ playing it to the perfection in few games. Now sitting on the 11th spot with 42 points. Leo Esports on 12th with 37 points.
These are the top 12 teams which would play the bonus map had it been the final day. It is not, and there are so many teams other than them who still have a chance to get into top 12 to have a shot at the bonus game. Especially if you talk about the overall standings of the whole 3 weeks, the teams in the bottom 4 again will have to be very, very cautious that they need to be at least in top 12 to have that extra game, to have that extra edge over their opponents. But overall lead, Stalwart Esports still maintain their first spot, 497, 4 MV, closely following them, just 7 points short.
4MV with 9 winner chicken dinners sitting on the second spot, but Stalwart Esports with 5 winner chicken dinners on the top. That means Stalwart were more consistent as compared to 4MV. On the other side, we have DRS Gaming on the third with 345 points. Stalwart and 4MV, well, they have their own competition going on for the top crown of the overall ranking. But looking at the page number 2 is where things are interesting, because only top 16 qualify for the grand finals. And Abrupt Slayers, the way they are performing, well, chances are slim because Situm Esports are slowly catching up to them.
Oh, Situm Esports definitely. This particular day for Situm was very good too. Although they were not able to bag a lot of chickens, but still their consistent game has won them some points. And Bad Intentions also finally crossing the mark of 100. Other than them, Kunyo TRZ, it's another team that is not very far away from the bottom 16, but still the number of frags that they have is the only thing keeping them alive in the top 16 positions.
And if we look at the second page, I think DEADEYES guys are the only one with the maximum placement points. Yes, they do have the perfect balance, but still DEADEYES guys in grand finals, I expect bigger things from them. This week, yes, they are sitting in the 12th spot, definitely qualifying for the grand finals. But Raw officials, the way this team has improved the gameplay, they ought to be qualifying for the grand finals. And 202 points to their name. I think in the remaining 3 days, if Raw officials manage to qualify for the bonus match, they can qualify for the grand finals. But in the elimination leaders, it is tops with 101 eliminations.
Oh, but look at this. Stalwart overall on first. Here also we have the player from Stalwart Esports, 101 being the first position holder. But again, 4MV, not trailing by much. Just one more elimination, a little bit more damage. We might see a clash between tops and east for that top spot. This is going to be great. The other players are very far away. I'd say Action 11 frags away from east himself. Doc is also 16 frags away. So I don't think so these players will be able to cope up with the number of frags that these two individual players have. But man, 100 frags, that is just crazy.
Well, I agree. Tops has toppled over East because initially it was East having the highest finishes. So 4ME Stalwart, they are having their own race in terms of MVP for the crown as well. But in day summary, MABETEX Esports started things on a very aggressive note by getting chicken dinner in Miramar. Sanhok belonged to the players of high voltage. Then I8 came in, reigned supreme in the map of Miramar again, the third map. Then Erangel, it was Situm Esports, and in the end, it is Stalwart Esports, the Mongolian team. The Mongolian domination never stops, and they got the big victory and the top spot in the overall ranking after getting this chicken dinner.
That's how the day went. The 3 maps of Miramar, no repeat winners though. That's interesting to see. No one won twice in the day, so everyone has room for improvement. Stalwart Esports and 4MV, that's a different battle going on for the top position overall. And yes, why not? You will be rewarded for it as well in terms of money. So that fight is also very, very important. But the difference between the second and the third position is also very huge. So I don't see any other team other than these two fighting it out for the top spot. But then again, third, fourth, fifth, these positions are yet to be confirmed. There are multiple teams in that range of 300, 350 points. So a good day in the whole week could get them there, could get them to the third spot, at least for the teams from 5th to 10th. But yes, it has to wait another day, because day number 2 for week number 3 is this is where it ends.
Well, agreed. It ends, but we have 3 more days coming in. So these teams do have few more games in their hands. So if they want to propel themselves, accumulate more points for themselves, yes, there is a chance for the bottom teams like the Plus of Raw Official, TRZ. They still have a chance. Even the Plus of Abrupt Slayers, they have a chance to qualify for the grand finals and for the bonus match. And if you guys are wondering what is bonus match is a match that only top 12 teams of this particular week get to play on the 5th day, and it is going to be played in weekend D, and bonus points are going to be awarded based on the weekly overall ranking. So the teams who are consistent throughout the week, they get the maximum bonus points. So consistency is always rewarded. And with that, it's time for us to leave, guys. Everyone watching, thank you guys for showing in. Me and Frizz will say bye bye to you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.